Hello, how are you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. And as titled, this is Social Media, the Man Hating Network. So, as titled, we're going to be going over, some videos that specifically deal um, with how folks are directly out here when it deals with men, things of that nature, more specifically black men, because it's the easiest target out of every demographic of ethnicity, race, whatever you want to call it. Black men are the easiest targets because historically it's just always been that way. So what we're going to do at this moment in time is that we're going to take a look and a listen directly to some videos, and we're going to see what is up. We're going to see what the problem is and what potentially the solutions could be. Because you got a lot of folks that pull up to the scene and normally say that, yo, Seji, you show off a lot of videos, but you don't really talk and give solutions. You just show off the problems, right? So we're gonna try to do that today, right? So let's take a look.
Touching you. You're putting your hands on me. Get your hands off me.
No.
Get your hands on me.
No.
Get your hands off me. Ain't nobody touching you.
I'm trying to get past you.
Bye.
Let me get my shit, bro.
Get your shit.
You should have thrown my around.
Get your shit.
Bro.
Stop touching me. Stop touching me.
No.
Stop touching me.
No.
Stop touching me.
I'm trying to get my stuff.
Well, get it. It's right there. It's right there. Get it. Get it. It's
Bro,
right there.
move.
Get it.
Bro.
I'm not touching you. Stop touching me.
Bro, now grab me by my
Stop
Grab me
touching
again,
me.
bro. I'm telling you.
Stop touching me.
Go on, bro.
Stop touching me. You're pressing up against a pregnant woman. Stop
I'm trying to
touching
get my
me.
stuff. Go on.
Stop touching me.
Bro, get off of my bro.
Stop touching me.
Move. You being weird as Get the on.
Stop touching me.
Bro,
Touch me again.
go ahead.
I'll see who's
Go ahead. I am. I know when it's one good time for you to hit me and it's on camera. Watch this barrage.
I'm pregnant.
I don't give a I'm gonna beat it out you.
Bring it at me then.
Hit
No,
me again.
watch your tail. Ain't nobody.
So we saw that, right? She did all of that pushing, getting directly in this dude's way. And the guy is simply trying to leave. He's trying to walk directly out of the situation. Obviously, their situation is not the best for whatever reason. And he simply just wants to get his stuff and leave. What you're not able to see, which I think if we go back just a bit, let me see if I can try to aim the point of view. Let me try to, because there was a certain point where his clothing, you could see that it was directly on the floor. So what she decided to do was that she wanted to take the initiative and she wants to try to move his clothes. Like you see her leg moving directly on the floor. She's moving and spreading his clothes directly around so he can't get. So I'll just leave it right here. So he has to, instead of his clothes, right, just being directly in a bag, instead of his clothes being in some type of hamper or whatnot or whatever, where he could just get everything and just leave, she specifically got his clothes and dumped it all over the place, making it even more difficult for him to leave. And the main thing that I talk about time and time again is that I've told people like, yo, if a guy wants to leave, let the man leave. He clearly said 99 different times that, yo, I'm leaving. I'm just trying to get my clothes. He's not even trying to get no electronics. He's like, yo, I just want my clothes. I'm out. She's blocking the door. I tell women all the time, stop doing that. Stop provoking. Stop antagonizing guys. Stop getting into their face. Stop trying to get physical with guys. You are not a man at the end of the day. I don't care how sexist it sounds or how people want to label, oh, you're misogynist, you're sexist. I'll be that then. As a woman, again, you stay directly in a woman's place. You do not put your hands on a man. A man is calmly telling you like, yo, I'm leaving. I'm getting up out of here. Let him leave. The dude ain't putting hands on you. He's not trying to push, trying to get away from you. He's not throwing. Let that dude sit up there and leave. The worst thing that you can sit up there and do at the end of the day is get directly into a man's face. The worst thing that you can do is get directly into a man's face and try to tempt fate, because you're going to tempt fate as a woman and you're going to sit up there and lose. For the women out there, stop allowing these other women on social media psyching you up, thinking that you can just take on any and every man. Stop doing that. You're playing a very stupid game at the end of the day. And then on top of that, you're teaching your daughters to play the exact same stupid game. And grown men, grown men have patience. These young dudes out here don't got patience like that. They'll be like, oh, you get them out, you think that, oh, no problem, I'm about to Mike Tyson you real quick. So this is why I sit up there and state to a lot of women, stop doing this. That is a solution to the problem that we are clearly seeing. A man should not have to sit up there and tell you 99 different times I'm leaving. He should only have to sit here and say it once, and that is it. He shouldn't have to repeat himself. The moment in time that a man has to repeat himself, now you're going to make that man frustrated. That frustration is going to start to turn into anger. The anger is going to start to turn into rage. And the more that you as a woman decide that you want to be combative, you want to be argumentative, you want to start pushing and pulling and tugging on this dude, you want to block directly his way to get directly out of whatever building or whatever it is, you have now become the problem. And that man is going to solve that problem, because that's what men are. Men are problem solvers. So if there's a problem in front of a man, he's going to solve it the best way that he knows how. If he rationally, logically has used every other normal avenue to logically talk to a human being and say like, yo, my hands are up, I'm not touching you, just get out of my way, let me get just let me get out of here, let me get my clothes. If he's gone through every other avenue, there's only one avenue left. And again, to the women out there, you should never provoke or put a man in an instance where that is his last resort, that he has to go directly into that bag of last resorts, and now you got to fight for the heavyweight belt of the world, and you're going to lose. I promise you that. You are going to sit up there and lose, and it's going to be you at the end of the day. But let me sit up there and go back to something else as well too. Let me see if I can just get her face directly in here. This clown, right? This is the other thing that a lot of men happen to talk about time and time again. Okay. A lot of times people want to sit up there and get online and say that, oh, well, these videos, like, they're not even real. They're skits and this and that. It don't even matter. This right here, this was something that was real. I can sit up there and tell you, because I can look at the frustration directly on it. There's certain things that you can act, and there's certain things that you just cannot. When a man is actually frustrated and you can see him contemplating like, yo, I'm about to lay you out that's real. You have to go to, as a guy, you have to go through layers. You have to go through a certain place in order to look at a woman and be like, I think I'm about to go to jail today. That's not a first instance for men. We're not just like looking at women every day like, yo, I'm about to sit up there and just like knock her out for like no. So I'm telling you as a man, that is not how that works. Men will literally almost jump out of a window versus wanting to sit up there and physically go after a woman. We would rather sit up there and do that, because we know how the world is going to see and deem us, especially if you are a black man at the end of the day. But what this woman wanted to sit up there and do, this dude, he has to film everything. And I told a lot of men out here, like, yo, if you are ever in an argument or in a situation with a woman, I don't care if it's your wife, I don't care if it's a fiance, I don't care if it's a girlfriend, I don't care if it's your mother or your sister, women or your family or a coworker, you need to sit up there and film. Because the main thing that a lot of women out here will do is sit up there and lie. You witnessed on camera in 4K. This woman sitting up there lying. Stop putting your hands on me. Stop putting your hand. This dude ain't putting hands. You are putting your big body directly on him. You're putting your thick ass wrist and hands directly on him for no reason. He's trying to get past you and get his clothes. You keep boloing directly into him, knocking directly into him, pushing him directly away from his clothes, putting your body directly in a way. Like, you think you're a cop out here? You think that you can sit up there and pull the exact same thing that cops do, where a cop can step directly into your walking view and be like, oh, you just touched the cop. Stop trying to touch an officer. Stop assaulting me. You're under arrest. You're not a cop. But because women are not held accountable for doing stuff like this, this is why women are able to do stuff like this. This is crazy. And this is why a lot of guys do not believe women. This is exhibit A right here on why it is that a lot of dudes do not believe women when they say that, this dude sat up there and put hands on me and did this. And this is why we don't sit up there and believe women, because you got women like this. And then she want to sit up there and talk about she's pregnant. How do I know that you're pregnant? If I look at a rhino, I'm not going to know that a rhino is pregnant. If I look at a hippo, I'm not going to know that a hippo is pregnant. If I look at a female sperm whale, I'm not going to know that she's pregnant. Like, how do we actually know that you're pregnant? I need some doctor's reports. I'm just going to sit up there and be real and honest. I don't care how that sounds. You're not going to sit up here and try to tempt fate, and you're going to try to aggressively approach and stop this dude and physically assault him, and then try to play the card. Oh, I'm a woman. Stop touching me. You're putting your body into a pregnant woman, man. Yo, come on, dog. Come on. And again, for women out there, y'all wonder why it is that men don't believe y'all. It's because of women like this. Y'all let them go unchecked. Y'all let them go unchecked, and y'all let them keep doing it. Some women like this, these are your family members. These are your friends. And you know these women because they told you stories. And there is no corrective measures. Men can't sit up there and do nothing about it. Because the moment in time that we say something, oh, you're sexist, you're a misogynist, you're against women, you're for men sitting up there putting their hands on. It's that whole thing. So again, men can't even really sit up there and say that, because we're going to be the villain. We're already the villain. It's going to be super villain as soon as we come through and try to speak and defend ourselves. So like I said before, there are situations that women have to sit up there and go after, and there are situations that men have to go after. But the problem is, women don't want to specifically talk about these situations. And then to put it to a better effect, a lot of y'all women are not going to understand this up until your sons get affected. When the image of this man, when your son is basically in his position, that's the only time that women are going to actually react. And that's just to be real. That's the only time that y'all actually want to move and just realize, like, yeah, we do got some women out. We got to sit up there and check. Up until then, y'all don't care. Y'all realistically do not care. And that's the saddest part, because I promise you, a woman like this will end up getting your son killed. I kid you not. No ifs, ands, or buts. I done covered stories too many times. A woman like this will sit up there and get your son killed, because she'll turn around and lie and tell her most craziest male family members, oh, he did this and he did that. He put hands on me. And then you know what those dudes are going to do? They're not going to sit there and try to conversate and have a logical conversation void of emotion. They're going to come through and they're going to murder that man. They're going to put him in a coma. They're going to put him in a hospital. They're going to put him 6 feet deep. But nobody wants to talk about that though, right? Nobody ever wants to sit up there and talk about that. This is why it is very important. This is why it is very important for men to record interactions like this, because you don't know at any point in time when this can specifically happen to you. If you got to pack up and get your stuff to leave, get you a GoPro. Get you some Meta Ray-Bans or whatever it is that you got to sit up there and do. Like I said before, you saw how at the last minute she decided that she wanted to slap the camera or the phone directly out of his hand. And I think if I go back there, if you look directly on the screen, she cracked. If you look at to the deep left of the screen, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. You see 4 lines directly in that camera, which were not there. She cracked that dude's phone. She knocked it out of his hand and cracked it on purpose. Like I said, this is what I be talking about. This is the type of stuff that I talk about that a lot of people do not want to sit up there and bring up at all. Because 9 times out of 10, everybody's like, oh, it don't matter what a woman do. The man is always the villain. The man is always doing this. The man is always da-da-da and all this other type of stuff. He didn't do anything wrong in this instance and in this situation. He was calmly trying to leave and get his stuff, and she was kicking and moving his stuff all over the room to make it even more difficult for him to leave. Again, for the women out there, for the stupid ones in the back, if a man says that he is done, he is done. If a man is saying that he wants to leave, let him leave. You have no right at all to try to keep that man there. The worst thing that you can do is to try to have a man be there around you who stated that he does not want to be there. After a man does that, you try to keep him there, everything that happens is directly on you, and I'm not going to feel sorry for you because you brought it on yourself. That's crazy. Like, that is ridiculous. Let's keep going.
Feels as if their spouse is more valuable than a friend that they may have had before that spouse. You cannot no longer prove to that girl that you are above that man. Like, you crying to her and telling her, but I've been your friend for forever, and how could you do this to me, and da-da-da-da. Wipe your tears, sweetheart. Word, Yandy voice. I want to tell you something right now, sister. There's nothing you can change in that girl's mind to make her know that the love you have given her or the person you are to her is better than that man. A lot of girls cut off their friends because they do not want to know or hear the truth about the person that they're with. Some women don't want to know the truth. Some women like playing the blind eye. And if you may be that real friend to tell her what's really going on in her situation and she don't want to hear that, bro, neither shut your mouth, keep your mouth closed, and be that friend on the sideline and fall back, or just leave the situation alone and not be her friend, bro. And half of the time, these girls that cut girls off for men, when the man ain't no longer there, you back to square zero. You're never supposed to cut your friends off behind no man, bro. Never. Because when that man up and leaves or he treats you like trash, when you seeking and looking for your friends, they're not going to be there. You got to let girls suffer on their own and let them be who they are. A lot of these women are male-centered. Stay away from these girls that are extremely male-centered. Male-centered girls is weird.
I'm glad to stop directly on that face. This goes back into a conversation that I've stated before, where when I view this again as a man, I'm looking at somebody in a sense, they are speaking from maybe a part of hurt, right? But also this is speaking to me as lesbianism. And the reason I said that is heavily because of the last part. She said that women who are male-centered, right? So I'm just going to look at this as like, all right, so if you're a woman that, let's say if you have a son, if you are a woman that has a father directly in your life and you love him, or a grandfather or an uncle, if you are a woman and you have a boyfriend or a fiance or a husband, all of those things from what she has stated is directly weird. She is also stating that if you are a woman and you are in a relationship, engagement, or you are married to a man, you are not supposed to cut off your friends for that man. Last time I checked, the husband and the wife comes above everybody else. So I'm just trying to figure out, how are you as a woman trying to say that you are going to come before that woman's marriage and or relationship? I'm trying to figure out, how are you trying to say that either you're on the same level or that you're above that? Because that's a bit weird to me, because you're not going to pay your best friend's bills. You're not going to fix her car. You're not going to be there to protect her. You're not going to be there to love her the way that she needs to be loved, even though I've heard conversations where women are sitting up there saying that the only people that can actually love a woman the best is another woman. Again, that goes into what I just said earlier, where it sounds as though that this is, real some lesbianism type of talk here. And this is why I've stated before that a lot of women need to check this, and they need to pay very much close attention, because a lot of your female friends are way more interested in you than you are of them. A lot of your female friends are jealous at the fact that you are in a relationship and or marriage with a man, and that they feel that that man is taking you away specifically from them. And because of that, you have a lot of women that will decide, even if that is a good guy that is treating that woman correctly and great, they will try to sabotage that relationship by putting negative things in that woman's ear, so that she'll start to look at that man, so that that woman will break up and leave that man and return back to the friend. And there are other women that have covered this topic and that have spoken it. So again, this is not me just sitting up there saying stuff. Again, as I've told people before, I've watched a lot of podcasts. I've listened to a lot of women directly out here, and I've heard the honest ones that will be honest about women. A lot of other women are not going to be honest about women in general, because every woman is like, I'm for women, I'm pro women, all this other type of stuff. So they don't see, and they're not going to call out anything about women, because they think that, oh, if I as a woman talk about women or call out something about women, that's feeding into the patriarchy, and that's anti-woman, and this like I said, it's crazy out here. That's 100% crazy. You're going to sit up there as a woman. You're going to call women out here who have men in their lives weird, and that other women need to stay away from those women. So I'm guessing that the only way to be a woman is to be pro woman and to not have any men in your life. Like, this is crazy, because mind you, the same woman, again, look at her resting face. The same woman sitting up there saying this, if she got to call 911, who's coming to her rescue? Is she going to be waiting on a woman to make it there to clock in? You know, something happened at 3:00 and she needs help. You're going to be calling women police officers. Somebody get injured, you're going to be waiting for a female EMS. Your house is on fire, you're going to be waiting for female firefighters. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Like I said, all of this is crazy, and it's going to continue to get far worse because women don't want to check this nonsense. They don't want to check it. But like I said before, to a lot of women out there, you may want to check your friends. You may want to check your friends. You may want to go back through. Just sit down real quick. Whenever you have time throughout your busy life, sit down and just go through how many times that you actually had a decent guy in your life, and how many times the female friends that you had try to sabotage that or try to whisper some negative things. Because again, you got some women out here that might have been cheated on, right? But the guy that you're with ain't never do nothing negative to you. He ain't never cheated. He ain't never make you second guess or anything like that. But because of whatever it is that your friends went through, they want you to carry that burden as well. And then they're going to place that same whatever it is that they went through. They're going to cover that man that you have with all of that negative energy to make you feel as though how it is that they feel about men. Again, the brainwashing, the indoctrination. This is how a lot of women ruin relationships with other women directly out there, because they like this echo chamber of emotions, of negativity. They like to see other women in the exact same negative seating, in the exact same negative mindset. It's like, oh, these men out here, they ain't this, and these men they ain't doing nothing for us. Like, all these men are the same, and rah, rah, rah. The moment in time that you got something different, yeah, people ain't liking you. They side-eyeing you real quick. They'll be like, oh, she thinks she better. Like I said, a lot of women don't even realize, like, the ops that you think that you have are right there next to you. They are right there next to you. Like I said, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Sweet mother of Christ. Yo, what is up, Tippy? Good morning. Good morning. Also, let me give a shout out. What is up, Talking? What is up, Tribe Star? Who else we got? We got God Love and Peace. We got Jay Nice. We got JVB. What is up? We got Mahoko. What is up? Bushido. What is up? What is up? We got Lynn. We got Brew. And we also got Sosa. What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation to everybody in chat, and also to the people directly in the background. So let's continue.
4 years just ended our friendship over a man. I'm gonna tell you the story. So the way it works out is her birthday, their anniversary, Christmas, my birthday, New Year's. So right around this time of the year, we're chatting a whole bunch. Girl, what you doing?
Shauna?
Girl, what you doing? Da, 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 da. Y'all, so this year, no different. Hit her up. Let me set this up because I need my hands up. I'll tell you a story. This is literally what I said. Where did y'all go for y'all anniversary? And she goes, oh, we just went out to dinner. He got me flowers and some jewelry. And I was like, and she was like, don't start. Now I'm going to start. And we all need to start starting with our friends who are accepting like low effort from the men that they're with. Now, let me preface this by saying he's a man of means, okay? I sold this man his third property when I was in real estate. I've seen his pay. This man makes well into the mid to high six figures, okay? And you are the type of person that likes to travel because we bonded over that. We've traveled and taken trips together before. It's just so minimal to me what he does for her every time. A birthday, flower, dinners, a gift. Anniversary, flowers, dinners, gift. Like, it's the same. over and over and over and over again. And I'm like, girl, you deserve better. There's over 70 luxury resorts in the United States alone. Even if he just took you to one a year, it would take y'all a lifetime. Literally. You should not just be at home all the time when y'all doing big celebrations like this. Like, I feel like you're just accepting, yo. And this is what pisses me off so much about it, is that whenever she's talking about him and stuff that he does, it's always spectacular. But when she talks about stuff that he does for her, like, yes, it's nice, but it's not spectacular in comparison to what he does for himself. I'm like, girl, this man does not like you. He's with you. You're integrated into his life. Yeah, he may say he loves you, but he does not like you. Okay, for his birthday, this video getting a little long, so I'm gonna do part 2.
So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, right? Maybe I might be in a different universe. She basically said that like is greater than love. I'm a little bit confused. I could have sworn it was a reverse. I could have sworn that when you like somebody, it will evolve into love. I could have sworn that was the final. That was the last boss. That was the evolution of everything. I don't understand. And this is what I talked about before, where you have a lot of these women here that love their best friends, that love their female friends, right? And they wish that they were in the spot of that man because they want to be with that female friend. Because why is she pocket watching a man? It was like, yo, I sold this dude his third property, so I know he got money and he can do this and he can. What is your problem? What is your problem? Why are you so fixated on what it is that he is doing specifically for her, and what is he affording for her? Like what are we talking about here? What are we? This is what I be talking all the time when I sit up there and say that, yo, a lot of women out here, y'all need to start questioning your female friends on if they're just there to be your female friend or if they're there to be more than a female friend. Because this is highly questionable. This is crazy. You hating directly on the husband because I guess you want to be the husband. You want to be with your best friend, even though you know your best friend is straight. Obviously, you got a lot of feelings there that you're not specifically saying because you talking a whole bunch of mess about this dude and in a sense, technically trying to make it a competition. You be like, oh, he does this and that. And then in between the lines, you're making it seem as though that you can do better or more for her because you appreciate her more because you feel that what he's doing is not really showing appreciation because in comparison, oh, when he does stuff for himself, like it's mega, it's this, it's that. But when he does it for her, it's just like flowers, date, this and that. But why does that? It's not your relationship. That's not the person that you're with. Mind your business. Find you somebody who will actually love you. But obviously you can't because you're difficult. This is why you're fixated on somebody who doesn't want you, somebody that you're not with. Like I said, women need to check other women directly out here. They will mess up your relationships on purpose. They will do it. Like I said, a lot of women out here are conniving like that. They will know that, oh, you're about to sit up there and get engaged and all this other stuff, and then they're going to start throwing stuff like, oh, I think he was cheating. I think he's sitting up there talking to somebody. Oh, he was sitting up there liking a whole bunch of pictures of other women directly on IG. Like, if he was such and such with me, nobody I would be with would ever sit up there liking another woman's pictures on IG and rah 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 and all this other type of stuff. And it seemed like he was giving that woman a little bit too much attention. He was sitting up there smiling a little bit too hard. You might want to sit up there and check. They'll start throwing all of this stuff directly at their friends that are in these relationships just to cause problems. Like I said, y'all don't be checking y'all female friends. Y'all don't be checking y'all circles enough. So many of y'all female friends, y'all ops have destroyed your relationships, have led to those demise. Single women will lead to other women being single. It's that simple. It is that simple. But now what we're going to do is we're going to flip it directly to the other side because this was the first part, right, where the woman was complaining. This is supposedly the friend making a response. So we're going to take a listen directly at that.
The video, and since I'm blocked, let's just talk about it. First and foremost, the fact that you started your video talking about my friend of 4 years cut me off over a man and didn't actually explain what the dynamic of the relationship was, I'm going to do that for you. You didn't get cut off over a man. You got cut off over my man, my husband, the person that's the most important to me. You live a life where you live in la la land. You, A, don't have a man. B, don't have somebody, have never had anybody that does for you what my husband does for me. You are a pocket watcher. You clock everything that is done in a manner in which you wouldn't accept it, but nobody's even doing for you what my man does for me. You're upset, wholeheartedly upset, more upset than me that I got jewelry, dinner, and flowers, the thing that I requested, the thing that I enjoy, because baby, I'm a mother and a wife and I work full time. I be tired. I don't want to do a whole lot of stuff all the time. And it's not out of the norm, having been married all of these years, for my husband for our anniversary to take me to dinner, get me flowers, and get me a gift. That's enough. It's not low effort. It's not bare minimum. You're not a celebrity. You don't live a life where this is happening for you and everybody else around you. So like, what? Not only that, you're disclosing information to the internet that's not your business to tell. Like, why are you coming on the internet talking about my man's income? Because you sold the house. Like, be so for real. You're weird. And not for nothing, but what we do with our finances is for a greater purpose for our kids, because we are building generational wealth. We are trying to make sure that we can retire early. So getting flown out or going on a trip all the time is not our top priority. And as that man's wife, I know how to be an asset to him. And this is why I say I don't accept relationship advice, for real, from people who don't have successful relationships. They've never been married. They don't have anything for real. They live in delusion in la la land, and they only dream about the day that a man's going to come in and do half the stuff that my man does for me.
Jesus.
So, thank y'all for coming to my TED Talk. That's the tea. Have a blessed day.
I want to say shout out for the $10 dono from Awaken. Said thanks for all that you do for us. We appreciate it. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Awaken. Much love, much love, much love. I just want to say this woman's response was the most beautiful response to ridiculousness that I've ever seen. And she wasn't even emotional about it. She was straightforward. She was honest. She was logical. She broke it down piece by piece. Lord Jesus. Hold on, let me go back. I gotta go back to the last part. Hold on, let me see. Let me pull it back. All right, let me see. Okay, there we go.
About my man's income because you sold the house. Like, be so for real. You're weird. And not for nothing, but what we do with our finances is for a greater purpose for our kids, because we are building generational wealth. We are trying to make sure that we can retire early. So getting flown out or going on a trip all the time is not our top priority.
Bars.
And as that man's wife, I know how to be an asset to him.
Ooh.
And this is why I say I don't accept relationship advice, for real, from people who don't have successful relationships.
Haymaker.
They've never been married. They don't have anything for real. They live in delusion in la la land, and they only dream about the day that a man's gonna come in and do half the stuff that my man does for me.
Uppercut.
So thank y'all for coming to my TED Talk. That's the tea. Have a blessed day.
Ooh. Let me tell you, I got tears right now. Like I said, out of all the videos that I've been able to watch over time, I want to say that this is one of the most beautiful responses that I think I've played back multiple times. And I also want to state at no point in time did she sit up there and just decide like, I'm about to sit up there and curse this woman out. I'm about to, get straight ignorant. She stayed straight level-headed. No matter what type of shots were getting thrown directly at her husband, her relationship, and all, she stayed directly on one path, and that was destruction. And she did it. Dismantled every single thing, did not sit up there and miss. And the key part that she did say, she was like, I am a wife. I am an asset to my husband, not a liability. Whew. A lot of women do not understand what that means. Because a lot of women are so used to just having a guy directly there and just spending his money, aka being a liability. A lot of women are not used to having money and then multiplying that money for the house. A lot of women don't even know what that means. Now, some women can multiply their own money, but when it deals with a guy's money, where the guy's like, all right, let me hand you something real quick and see what you can do. 9 times out of 10, that's they going out shopping. They taking trips. They're about to go to a yacht. They paying for, girls trips, fancy clothes, going out to like eat fine dining, all this. Like money is getting wasted, right? It's an endless black hole. And the guy's going to be throwing money, right? So a lot of women are liabilities. And she's stating that, yo, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I also work full time. So at the end of the day, I specifically requested for something very simple because I'm tired and I'm not trying to do all of that. You see how that works? You see how she's logically thinking? She's like, yo, I do a lot of stuff. I'm just going to take everything simple. I got the things that I realistically want. So it's like, this right here is cool. She's not, this is the wife. She's not saying that it's bare minimum. Like a lot of other women would say, like, oh, this is bare minimum. This dude got money. He can afford all the things that I do around the house and all. It ain't none of that. She's like, yo, I'm the wife at the end of the day, and I do all of these different roles, and I'm just simply just requesting these things. That's it. That she's not arguing about it. She's not complaining about it. She's not on social media like other women out here making a huge issue. Like you saw the previous woman. She was making an issue. She was more angry about it than the wife. I'm like, that lets you know that as a woman, you are too far invested in somebody's relate. Matter of fact, hold on, let me just roll that back here. This one right here. That lets you know that you are too far invested as a woman in another woman's relationship. If the wife has to come directly out, or the woman that is in a relationship with a man has to come directly out on social media and basically clear you because you're talking so ridiculous, you are the problem. And then you're going to try to frame it as though like, oh, well, she broke up with me just for a guy. This ain't any guy. This is a husband. You're weird for trying to make it seem like it was just some random dude she just met. And then your friendship is just gone. Like I said, just like the previous woman with the resting face that I showed y'all, where she was like, oh, if you got a woman out here that's male-centered, aka if she's in a relationship with the man, friendship with the man, engaged to a man, the man is her husband, or if she got males in her family that she loves, stay away from those male-centered women because they're weird. These two women, look, this woman right here, and this woman right here, because I don't even want to hear her talk. I'm just going to put the resting face on the screen. The two women I just showed you, these are weirdos. For the other women out there, stay away from these women. They're going to destroy any relationship that you come into contact with when it involves a man. Because they look at you as a heterosexual woman as being weird. If you are interested in men and you want to, have a relationship and kids and a marriage, y'all got it. Y'all got to start learning. Y'all got a lot of women out here. Y'all got to start learning. Y'all got to start looking at these other women out here as your ops. Stop doing this whole thing of like, oh, we are women and we are this. No, you're not. Y'all are always in competition, and sometimes y'all in competition with yourselves. Literally. Where you got women out here that know that they are interested in men, but those women are interested in women and they want to force you or try to coerce you to be interested in them. Like I said, man, y'all got to check these weirdos out here. Y'all got a lot of women. Y'all need to start checking a lot of these weirdos. A lot of your greatest ops are directly amongst you. You be drinking directly with them. You be going out there to dinner. You be having these girls trips. Y'all be doing these holiday. A lot of them are your ops. You might not want to realize it or see it, but it is going to come to a point in time that you're going to have to be like, yo, this was really who this person was. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So let's continue.
How do Black women benefit from being in community with Black men? Not romantically, not familially, communally. Now, let's start this conversation with a working definition of community, okay? When I say community, I'm talking about a shared space, physical, emotional, or digital, where there's supposed to be mutual care, support, and accountability. A space where people show up for one another, not because they're obligated to by blood or romance, but because they value humanity. Now, we know that Black men love to try to keep Black women accountable, but where's the support? Where's the mutual care? And then the thing is, like, if the community doesn't exist, if there's no real benefit and there's no real sense of community, how can you hold me accountable? Now, so we have a working definition. How do Black women actually benefit from being in community with Black men? Not hypothetically, not ideally, but in practice, in real life. I've been sitting with this question because over the past few months, I've had to ask for help repeatedly, publicly, and overwhelmingly, it's been Black women who responded. Black women who gave, Black women who checked in, Black women who shared the post, dropped comments of support, offered resources, and poured from their already empty cups. Black women. And I'm talking about hundreds, thousands of dollars, right, that I've been able to raise because of the generosity of Black women. Because of the time, the energy, the emotional labor, the contributions from Black women. There's been one Black man in the last 3 months who has sent me $25. He happens to be one of my mutuals on this app. He's also married to a white woman, and I think that's worth mentioning, right? So, again, the question is, what does communal support from Black men actually look like? Where is it? When Black women are in need, when we are grieving, when we are creating, when we are fighting for our lives, how do Black men show up in ways that don't center themselves? Because what I see too often is critique without care. I see the accountability, right? They want us to be accountable. But where's the care? I see the demands without contributions, entitlement without reciprocity. And what's worse, when Black women do name these gaps, we get labeled bitter, divisive, ungrateful. But my question is rooted in data, in lived experience, in absence. So I'm asking seriously, not sarcastically, what is the communal value of Black men in the lives of Black women? What do we gain? What is the mutuality? What is the investment? Because Black women stay showing up for everybody, but who's showing up for us?
So we heard it, right? And this is something that I've heard so many times, basically saying that Black women do everything and Black men do nothing. Black men just take, and Black women just give. Folks like to sit up there and say that, Black men are not emotionally there. They're not sympathetic. They're not protectors. They're not guardians. They're not this. They're not that. But Black women, we protect and we guard everybody. We put our lives on the line continuously every single day, and da 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 da, and all this other type of stuff, and rah, right? So let me just highlight. Let me see if this is the one. Okay, that wasn't the one right there. So let me just take that down real quick, because I have issues with the things that she has stated. Right. So this is just a few comments that were directly there, right? Let me see. Can I minimize my look here? Let me see. See if I can do it a little bit better. Okay, that works out. Yeah. So let me see. I think you guys should still be able to hear me. Okay, yeah, you can. Okay. So we're gonna let me look to see if I can get a clear version so I can read this directly to you guys. Right. Gotta go to what I created here. Trying to sit up there and find it. Okay. So some of the things, it might not be in order, but pretty much everything is directly on your screen, right? So some of the things that might not be listed that were stated on her page were like this, right? One person said, and the part where you said we pour from our already empty cups, I have been at rock bottom, and from the bottom of the pit, I was still helping others as much as I could. And I didn't think that is rare for Black women. That's how we are. And our counterpart is the opposite, right? Basically saying that Black women, again, do everything and Black men do nothing. They give nothing to Black women at all. Another person said, we don't. We hold the community together, meaning Black women. So they, meaning black men, benefit from us. We raise them when their fathers won't, fight for them when they're laid out in the streets due to injustice. We organize and they barely show up. They destroy the neighborhoods, the children, each other, and their women. They leave to chase their demise and drag us in the process. They run from it, but only bring it up when they say we're running it or their children are taking each other out. No one benefits from them being a part of the community. Another person said, nothing. The only thing that may save you is your father. And you're lucky if you get that. Anytime I help them, they finesse me. They always judge me. They never reciprocate. They always think they too cool. I only allow one black man and he has worked on himself. Another person said, this is very interesting because most black men in the real world, not on TikTok or online, will be there for black women. Now, if it's a stranger, some will probably won't. But if it's their family member, they definitely will be there, right? And that was a man who stated that. The creator responded by saying this. What I find interesting is the fact that black men can't allow black women to have a conversation about our lived experiences without y'all interjecting. That's what I find interesting. Now, to respond to your comment, I never said that most black men were online. I asked black women about their lived experiences. I asked black women about their day-to-day life in their community. Every time you comment, you prove why y'all aren't safe to be in the community with, because you only listen to black women to discredit or silence us. Another person underneath that said, mind you, every other group of women can go to their community for a job, car service, insurance, taxes, real estate, stores, restaurants, and community concerns, and etc. Our men, meaning black men, don't have power, and that's the truth. They don't practice group economics and would rather partake in tribalism. The main thing that I like to point out is this. With the sentiments that I hear from the black women, I want to also highlight this as well too. Let me see if I can go back to the video. Let me see if I can spot that real quick. Was it this? It was this, right?
How do black women benefit?
Right. So she says she had a problem with black men interjecting, right, and have an opinion, but yet she was continuously talking about black men, correct? And she's online. When you go to the end of the video, she has two things up there. She says, black women, what has your experience been? And then after that, she says, black men, can you name how you show up consistently and communally for black women without centering yourself? So how is it a problem when you have black men coming up to defend themselves and to speak on a topic, but then you're saying that, oh, why is it that you black men can't just like stay away from us and mind your business? It is us black women in our own space talking about our situations, our problems, and our experiences. Why do you have to interject? Why do you always have to critique? Why are you always here? Why are you not minding your business? But within your same video, you have a question specifically. You have two questions specifically for black men. I'm a little bit confused. Is it just me? Is it maybe I'm incorrect? Maybe I'm looking at this, at a whole different angle, because that's weird to me. You're saying that you don't want the opinions, you don't want the critiques, but then within your own video, you're asking black men for their opinion. You even verbally stated this. But then you want to start getting on black men in your comment section when they're pulling up to the scene speaking. Like, this is, bro. Woo, brother. Oh my God. Yo, let me tell you something. And to sit up there and make it worse, I'm trying to get this this one little piece that I was just waiting to sit up there and see, because I knew it was going to show up. Because 9 times out of 10, it's going to show up, right? So let me see if I can go to it real quick. So I want to note that this is I got some other comments that were also listed as well too. But again, from the exact same creator that you guys were able to listen to, right? When she wanted to give all of these critiques. Let me go back to the woman here. So this lady that you see here, when she wanted to give all of these critiques about black men, right? This is what she later stated in the comment section. She said, nobody comes for y'all because you're useless. This conversation isn't about y'all. It's actually about black women, but you make everything about black women. I'm sorry, but you make everything about you because you're fragile. Nobody cares about you. You don't own anything. You don't own land. You don't own businesses. You aren't making decisions. You aren't informing change. You have no authority. You have no power. This is what she had a response to another black man in the comment section. Speaking on black men. So this is my question to the black women out there. How is it? So let's take myself for an example, right? How am I as a black man supposed to try to come through and formulate a beneficial relationship with the black community if there are women out here talking like this when men come to the comment section and respond? And I want to note the dudes who were coming to the comment section that she was responding to, they weren't calling her out of her name. They weren't being disrespectful. They were being as cordial as possible. So I don't want people to get it misconstrued. This is what she decided to say and direct directly back towards black men in general. But yet at the same time, she's like, yo, black men, like, why don't y'all benefit us? Why don't y'all do something for us? We always sit up there and sacrifice and do something for y'all. Y'all don't have nothing. Y'all don't do nothing. We're the ones with everything. We got the education. We got the land. We got the houses. We go to college. We got the money. We got the kids. We got the community. Black men, what do you have? Why don't you give us something? How am I as a black man, after looking at, in a sense, this attack, how am I supposed to just like come there? All right, let me just like get past that and let me just focus. I can't. Because if this is your response, I already know how you think about me as a black man. I'm guilty until proven innocent. And even when I prove myself innocent, I'm still guilty. This is what me and many other black men refer to and talk about when it deals with other black women online trying to spread this type of like negativity and this type of trauma directly out here. The lady herself may have gone through, she looked like she probably went through some things. As she's talking, it looked like she's probably reflecting on a lot of things that she sat up there and went through. Everybody goes through a lot of stuff. But more so, to be very specific, people go through things with very specific people that we choose to allow in our lives. Just like she chose to allow those people, those men in her lives, she's choosing to still be in that space of that type of pain and that type of hurt at the age that she currently is at this moment in time. How would that be conducive to a relationship or to form a relationship with, let's say, healthy black men out here or black men that want to benefit black women? It's not. Because whatever she feels, she's going to pour that directly on those men and automatically view those men who are not the men that she's ever dealt with. She's going to view those brand new black men as the other ones that probably set up there and mostly hurt her. Again, it's not going to be beneficial for any type of building, for any type of partnership, business partnership, any type of growth, anything dealing with communal, whatever it is. It's not going to be conducive to help support black women either. Because you can't sit up there and ask black men, of which you want to talk all of this negativity to come through and basically help you. You're not going to get no help. That's like me sitting up there rolling out on a scene and I'm talking everything crazy about black women out here. And then the one moment in time I need a little bit of support, and I'm like, yo, black women, I need y'all to sit up there and come through and do this, that, and the third. I'm expecting them to sit up there and do that. That's stupid. If I'm sitting up here talking crazy, no help is going to come. No support is going to sit up there and come. So within this exact same instance of her making this ridiculous comment, let me go back to it, making this ridiculous comment about black men, it's like, yo, you're playing games out here. You throwing all of this trauma. You're basically saying that you're pro-black woman, and then at the same time, you're while propping up black women, you're negatively talking down upon black men in general. We don't got nothing. We don't own nothing. We don't have no houses. We don't have no power. We don't have no money. Like, come on, dog. And you expect black men to have a positive response to this? Like, yo, this is crazy. That's wild to me. And like I said before, like, yo, a lot of women out here, there's a lot of black women who have not had a negative interaction with black men. But because you have women like this, and you have women like this, other women are going to gravitate towards those women, because it seems as though that women love to be in a place to share this type of hurt or negative energy, and you like to spread that around. Because I see more content of women being negative towards men than the reverse. I see every single time I see something and it's negative about men, I see thousands, hundreds of thousands of women pouring directly into that comment, say, oh yeah, I went through this. I got a girlfriend. I got a mom. I got an aunt. Yeah, my daughter. Yeah, myself, and all this, right? Got all this negative stuff to say. But if you got a woman out here being positive about men, crickets. Nothing to be said. Nothing. Or you'll have women still coming through, but like, oh well, you know, you just lucked out, because the greater majority of men, they're not even like that one that you set up there and got, because let me tell you some story. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, something that's not even negative, you still want to pour negativity directly on there, because as a lot of women like to sit up there and say, like, oh, a lot of men are unhealed. A lot of men don't want to go out there and get help in therapy. A lot of women feel that they are their own therapists, or they feel that their girlfriends are their therapists. No, they're not. You're not a therapist. Your girlfriend are not therapists. Go see an actual therapist and heal. The main people that tell men all the time that they need to heal are the number one people they need to go out there and heal. I can list you a whole list of traumas that women sit up there and say that they have faced at the hands of men. But I've yet to see those same women in unison, in droves, sit up there and say that, oh, I go to therapy every single day. Women have the main people that got the utmost money and education, got the utmost smarts directly out here, are not the ones going out there seeking therapy in droves. I'm talking about by the same way that the fashion industry, that these clubs, that the beauty industry is multi-billion-dollar industry. A lot of these psychologists should be billionaires at the moment in time by how many women say that they face trauma, and those women should be pouring hundreds of thousands of dollars directly into their pockets, but they're not doing that. But yet they want to tell everybody else that they need to go seek therapy. Come on. Like, it's nothing but trauma bonding directly out here, and it's crazy. And like I said before, this woman talking, she's probably what, like late 30s, 40s? The same woman, like I said before, and I keep saying, the same woman that you see talking here is going to be the exact same woman that is going to be spreading this information to a lot of these young girls out here. So to your daughters, to your nieces, to your granddaughters, she's going to be delivering this exact same information. All men are this, all men are that. They're all trash. Da 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 da. They don't do nothing. They don't have nothing. They don't own nothing. And rah 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 rah. And they didn't even get a chance to actually have their own experience to decipher information for themselves, to figure stuff out. They're just automatically being indoctrinated and handed stuff. But like I said, nobody sees a problem with that. Nobody sees a problem with that. And again, people wonder why there is such a divide directly out here. You got people stating stuff, and then the other ones who feel that the things that are being stated are incorrect, they're going to have a disagreement directly about it, and they're going to have a response. And because people can't formulate a middle ground or see eye to eye, we're going to continue to have conversations. We're going to continue to see videos just like this. Because like I said before, somebody has to be right and somebody has to be wrong. When it deals with these conversations every single time, black men are always wrong. Black women are always right. Black men are the ones that need fixing. Black women are perfect. Instead of both people need fixing and need work. Like I said, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. You're not going to tell me that you're a woman in the black community that can list all of these traumas, all the things that you suffer through, but then also at the same time say that black men are the only ones and the main ones that need fixing. No, my dear, you need fixing too. You need a hella a lot of a therapy. You need more therapy than I would ever need in my lifetime. Like I said, this is crazy to me. And that's the thing that really gets on my nerves. I never hear any of these women that always want to talk about black men. I never hear these women specifically point out the wrongs that they commit, the wrongs that they do, how they need to correct their thinking, how they need to change their alignment and their energy, the actions that they have performed that have, given off or that have created negative situations. Again, like I said before, going up to the first video that I gave you guys before, which was this one, where you had Glasses Malone over here deciding that she wanted to stop a black man from leaving an apartment. This is what I'd be talking about. But mind you, she would be the same type of woman to get directly online and talk about like, oh, this dude, he was doing this and he was doing that and rah, rah, rah. And without any type of proof, black women will flood to the scene and support her and be like, oh yeah, you're right. I went through the same thing. These black men out here, they're real manipulating. They do this and they do that. They gaslight us every single time. And we do the utmost for the black community. Actually, we're the only ones that do things for the black community. The black man has never done anything. The black woman has been uplifting the black community since before and during slavery and after. Black men have never been on the scene. That's the type of conversations that are had online. And I'm like, people are actually eating this stuff up. People are actually buying directly into this. Like I said, it's crazy out here. And at the end of the day, y'all daughters are going to fall hook, line, and sinker directly for this. And then we're going to come into the conversation where later on your daughters are going to be online talking about like, yo, why don't black men like us? Why don't black men want to get married to us? Why don't they want to formulate relationships directly with us? It's some crazy work out here, man. It's some crazy, crazy work, but let's continue.
Not date out of their race enough, and God, please
Yeah, see, that's because black women don't really see black men doing anything to maintain the black community themselves. So we've taken on that burden as our own, much like
Whoa, my bad. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the comment section. So we got Zaylin Starr, right? She pulled up to the scene. She was like, whining once again, black man. Y'all traitors and hypocrites. Leading, but all y'all do is hop on a microphone. Go ahead, the oppressor, and stop wasting time with our lowly selves. Brother, oh my Lord. So you mean to tell me that out of everything that I stated about people needing and seeking therapy, you consider me talking, whining, complaining? Wow. And this is case study number 1 right here, live in 4K. So remember, black men, the moment in time that you decide to start trying to speak and you're trying to break down anything to show where problems directly are, you're critiquing the situation and bringing it directly to the light. And you're actually stating that it's not just one side, that, hey, everybody needs some things that they got to sit up there and fix, not just one side. You're going to have women like this pull up to the scene talking about, oh, here you go. Here you guys are. You're whining. You black men, you're nothing but traitors. You're nothing but hypocrites. And the crazy part is she's like, go after the oppressor. Do you know how many videos I've done directly on the government, on the system, on white people in general? But I know, looking at the color of your hair, that you just popped up to the scene, because I've never seen you here before. So I know that beyond a shadow of a fact. I could look directly at your picture and know you ain't never been here. And you heard specifically what it is that I literally sat up there and said that there needs to be a middle ground. I said that both black men and black women have something to work on, and it's not just one side, aka black men. It's both, in order for it to be beneficial, in order for people to both heal, in order for us to actually build. This is what I be talking about right here. This is what I be talking about right here. I can't sit up there as a black man. I can't sit up there and say nothing, because you're gonna have birds pulling directly up to the scene, be like, "Oh, here we go. Here's black man vilifying and talking about black women yet again." But yet y'all don't say anything about the white man. Y'all don't say nothing about the system. Y'all don't even fight nothing. Y'all just stay on microphones all day and do this, that, and the third. You know, the craziest part is the wild part about seeing women complain about dudes on microphones is that women are on podcasts. Men were the first ones doing podcasts out here, just sitting up there speaking. Women were on talk shows for the last 30 or whatever years, talking about black men, talking about everything. I have yet to see a talk show. I'm talking about the Tyra Banks show. I'm talking about Ricky Lake. I'm talking about Maury, Montel Williams, Jerry Springer, the Tyra Banks show. I think even Queen Latifah had a show. Whoever had a show, a talk show directly out here, black women were going out there for over 30 plus years talking everything negative about black men. You are not going to find 10, 20, 25 episodes of black women going out there talking positive about black men. It doesn't exist. It didn't sit up there and happen. So now when you got black dudes out here in the digital age having a podcast and sitting up here talking after sitting back all of these years, because nobody wanted to sit up there and hear black men go on these shows and say anything, they automatically got smothered. Boo, we're not trying to hear sneer, all of that other type of stuff, right? So now when dudes got podcasts, when they don't got all of that noise in the background and they can just talk about their experiences, like black women have been talking about their experiences, now black men are the villain. How does that work? I'm a little bit confused. So it's okay, right, for black women to come out here and to say everything and anything negative about black men and always list negative experiences and never talk about positive experiences. So when black men was like, all right, let me sit up there and talk about the negative experiences that I've gone through with black men. Oh, you're anti-black. You're anti-black woman. You hate yourself. You hate the color of your skin. You're a texturist, a colorist. You hate your mother. You hate your female ancestors. You hate your grandmother. You hate the ancestor. Like, brother, how? Like, how did this happen? I, as a black man, has never sat up there and looked at these black women the last whatever years on these social medias and all these TV shows and sat up there and be like, you know what? Those black women speaking, they really sit up there and hate the black men from slavery. They really sit up there and hate any representation of black. That was not my thought process. I'm like, all right, well, you know, I may sit up there and feel a certain type of way, but I'm like, at the end of the day, that's their experience, right? And they're free to sit up there and talk about that, right? I'm like, hey, it is what it is. I know that I'm basically different and opposite from it, regardless on how they want to generalize and talk about all black men. But like I said, obviously, you know, the same view is not given. The same view is not given. Like I said, that's crazy. That is ridiculous. D Money was like, the Jenny Jones was low key fight. That's crazy. Yo, mother, what is up? What is up? You said what is up, Dre? What is up? You said shout out for the $2 dono. You said traitor ? You said black women fought for interracial marriage. I mean, you talking about Loving versus Virginia. I know what you're talking about. The main thing that I like to say at this moment in time is when it deals with like both parties set up there in their ways try to fight to be with other people that have naturally oppressed them because they thought that whoever was going to sit up there and be different. And like I said, to each is their own, right? You got black men out here that did their own thing. You got black women out here that did their own thing. The main thing that I like to sit up there and say about that is when you got black men and women in these interracial relationships, I'm like, just stop talking about each other. Matter of fact, just even stop talking about the black community, because now you are married into a whole nother community. Whatever the black community is doing has nothing to do with you, because now you're married into that other community. That should be the community that you should specifically focus on. Right. So if you got women out here that are married to like Arab dudes, you should be strictly worried about Arab men. You at no point in time should you ever be worried about black men ever again. You should not be, because you are amongst and with those men. Those are the men to protect you, right? The same thing when I sit up there and talk about black men with women of other nationalities. If you're a black man with a white woman, the same exact thing. You shouldn't be sitting up there saying nothing about black women, because realistically, you're outside of that scope. You're not interested, directly in them and all the other stuff that you got to sit up there and list. Those are the women that you should specifically be focused directly on and quote unquote protecting, because that's who you're with. You shouldn't be worried about nobody else. Right? Like I said, I believe in equality. I like to treat everything the same, but normally when I do that, people want to sit up there and try to tell me something vastly different. Like I said, it's some crazy work directly out here. It is diabolical work. Diabolical. And like I said, well, matter of fact, let me just let this lady talk here, right? Also, shout out to the donos. Much love, respect, and appreciation.
Everything else. See, I think we tell ourselves, especially when we're young black women, right, that, we want to have black babies. And, well, I don't want to have to explain to nobody else why I'm doing X, Y, Z, as if you still don't have to explain it to a black man anyway. Like, can we be honest here? You still have to explain it to them sometimes. But I think if we're going to be honest with ourselves as black women, whether it was directly or indirectly, we learned that we cannot rely on black men. Therefore, if the community, right, is to be intact, black women have to inject ourselves in it so deeply to make up for the space of the absent black men. You get what I'm saying? Whether we wanted it to be this way or not, black women have taken over the bulk of the black community. Positively, negatively, we are the ones that are present in the community, when oftentimes our successful black men counterparts abandon said community.
So the part where she said that black women take on the whole brunt of everything, that is a lie. Because speaking about mainstream, I've never seen multiple segments, hundreds of thousands of segments of black women being talked about negatively in mainstream media. I'll wait for somebody to show me. Show me 10 years of thousands of videos, thousands upon thousands of videos of black women being talked about by mainstream media negatively. Like, oh, this black woman sat up there and got arrested. This black woman sitting up there shooting this and that. This black woman sitting up there robbing. This black woman. That doesn't happen. The only selling point directly out here is specifically speaking on black men negatively. You're not making money on mainstream media news by talking about black women in a negative light. You're not making money. Like what are we talking about here? Like, it's crazy to sit up there and say that, oh yeah, they're taking on like the negative and all this other type of stuff. That's wild to me. There's hundreds of thousands of stories. Hundreds of thousands of stories. And then, not to mention, amongst those stories where black men get arrested, what is it? Black men have an exoneration rate of what, like 60%, 50 to 60%? What are you talking about? And you want to sit up there and say that, oh, black men ain't there. Why do you think we're not there? It's because we're getting targeted. You're always going to be there because they don't view you. The system itself does not view you as a true enemy. They don't view you as something that they automatically have to defeat. They're like, okay, well, we can leave the women and the children there because whatever we indoctrinate black women into believing, they're going to pass that down to the kids. So yes, it's the exact same thing that they did for every other civilization. They get rid of the men to clear the way so that they, the system in power, can control the women and the kids. Because by way of controlling the woman, they automatically have control of the kids. These are facts. Talking about black men ain't there. Why do you think that they're not there? You just think that, oh, every black man, as soon as they sit up there and get a good job, they're off just marrying a white woman. They're off leaving the community. No, you're looking at the rare few some directly out there. On average, you have more black men in relationships with black women, being engaged, being married, having kids with, versus dating and having and getting engaged interracially. But you can't tell people like this nothing. Because the only thing that they specifically want to sell to black women out here is that, oh, black men ain't this, black men ain't that, black women, go free yourselves, get off the plantation and go widen your horizons. Go date these other guys out here because they will treat you a whole lot better than any black man ever could. They will really love you like the black queens that you are. And they especially love you if you're darker complected, because we all know that black men don't love darker complected women because they don't even love themselves or their mothers. They're incapable. But let's continue.
Whether y'all like it or not, the reason why black women have had to do so much in the black community is not because we are controlling and wanted to take it over. It's because black men have abandoned the community, which left so many gaps that had to be filled by black women. And before y'all try it, no, I'm not implying that dating outside of the black community will lead to automatically better outcomes, because obviously most of the men out here are trash regardless of their race.
That's bull. Because let me put it to you like this. I want people to pay attention to the word games that she plays. She want to say that all men are trash. She's not going to be specific on that, right? So she don't want to mess up her selective choices, because she's not specifically pointing out other men of other demographics. I can sit up there and give you stats and talk about stories of men of other demographics, especially religious men, and how it is that they treat women. But she's not going to do that, because she wants black women to, just go out here and see what it is that you can sit up there and see. Go marry you a Muslim man. Go deal with an African man. Go deal with all of these other dudes directly out there, because they'll sit up there and treat you better. Not sitting up there educating them on the different systems and the different beliefs there, and how those men get down with those women, how it is that they treat them, how those women get hands put directly on them, how those women go disappearing. And this is culturally that they sit up there and do this in a lot of other places. But she, as a black woman, she's not going to tell you that. She's going to leave you as a black woman to find that out for yourself. And you're going to have to fend for yourself, because the moment in time they give you information like this and tell you to go and something happens, these women right here are not going to come there to save you. They're not going to say your name. They're not going to make a t-shirt or hashtag. They're going to leave you directly as trash and move on. But she wants to make sure to be real specific when she talks about black men for the main duration of this video. Black men, black men, black men, black men. But, I'm not saying this about other men. All the other men are trash. Why don't you be specific? As how you can give specifications when it deals with black men. Why don't you be specific with each and every other ethnicity directly out here? Oh, you're not going to do that, though, because, again, it's going to mess up your opportunities, right? Like I said, they playing games out here, man.
But what I am saying is this. Black women choosing not to date outside of the black community is not just about our personal preferences. It's our fear of abandoning the entire black community. What I need for black women to do is to let go of this burden of carrying the entire black race in your womb. You do not owe the black community outright ride or die loyalty, especially when you're not getting the results that you want in the form of that good black man. To be completely honest, black women still feel undesirable within our own community. We still question if the black guy likes black women, just like you would be asking about the white guy, the Asian guy, the Hispanic guy. So at minimum, sis, you may as well explore your options.
No. Nobody's up here sitting up there asking. Oh no, we're not doing this. Let me just be very clear. I done been on social media for a long time. The amount of times that I done seen dudes about, and again, this is no type of hate, glory to the winner. However people out here win is however they win, right? The moment in time that I see dudes of other races basically even hinting that they're interested in black women, I kid you not, I see hundreds of thousands of black women in that comment section of this random dude. All of them just sitting up there putting in their pictures like it's Tinder. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, and people say that dudes are thirsty. I'm like, why are women even doing this? I thought women didn't have no problem getting men to see them, men being attracted. I thought all women get inundated with DMs and all this, like how women always sit up there and be crying about this online, like, oh, men are always sitting up there chasing after me and da 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 and all this. And then I sit up there and see fields of black women and these white dudes, these Arab dudes, Mexican dudes, and all these other dudes, you know, what's the name? As soon as they allowed you to put pictures on TikTok, it that's what it turned directly into. It's just another version of Tinder. Whenever it's a dude of another ethnicity saying that he likes black women, bow, they're there. If you got a black man out here saying that he loves black women are not doing that. I done seen it too many times. They are not pulling up to the scene, putting their best picture directly up there or none of that other stuff. They're not doing that. And I'm like, that's weird because I could have sworn that black women said that black women, that black men don't love them, but you got a black man up here that does that, and he's dedicating time and energy and making videos. And I'm like, black women ain't showing up in droves. Yeah, that's right. It only matters if a black woman is loved. It only matters if it's a dude of a different race. That's what I'm gathering. That's what I'm understanding. That's the only time that it's deemed to be important because it's somebody different. When it's somebody who looks like you and that grew up in the same community, it's like, nah, that's whatever. That's cool though. Thanks. Deuces. Yo, that is wild.
Because if we are wrong for generalizing about all black men being trash, then that must mean that all of the men that are not black can't be trash either. So give yourself a chance to have a better outcome.
Yo, shout out to the main dude coming directly out of the scene. Yo, who is this idiot that keeps stopping the video and talking directly over it? It's the person that is directly over this channel. How about you create your own channel and you do whatever it is that you want to sit up there and do. See, this is what I'll be talking about. This is what I'll be talking about. And this goes into another extent where you got random dudes that be popping up. Like, I just want to specify real quick that in a lot of instances, other guys out here make it very difficult to try to defend guys out here. I just want to sit up there and say that. Because in a lot of instances of me just sitting up there doing social media, I done had guys pull up to the scene just like talking crazy. I'm like, dog, just move around. That's all you got to sit up there and do. If you don't like the fact that, I stopped the video to put my opinion in there and do all of that stuff, that's what normally happens in a lot of live streams. I guess people ain't too privy. I guess this dude is old. I guess he doesn't understand how social media streams and different things like that happen to work. Yeah, I need people to catch up with the times. Like I said, I don't really know his age, but he's talking as if he just got on the internet and just started watching live streams out here. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. Like, that's wild to me. But anyways, it's crazy out here. And I'm trying to find the video that I've seen before. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find that video, because there was a video of a young black guy. And he had a specific problem. I'm trying to find it at the same time as me talking, where the main thing that she brought up, where she was like, oh, the whole thing with black women trying to, figure out if black men love black women and all this other type of stuff and da 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 and rah 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 rah. It was a young black dude, and he was sitting up there saying that he gets tired of black women always looking at him and thinking that he loves white women. He was like, I love black women. He was like, he doesn't understand. Is this the one? Let me see. This man said white supremacists. Dear Lord. But yeah, basically it was this one here. I'm going to use this as an example, right? Let me just do this real quick. So looking at his channel, he said it was he was doing it as a skit, but I'm going to add a little bit more directly to it. Give me one quick second. Let me get rid of the videos, a few videos directly from earlier. Get some clowns directly up out of here. So let me just post this one real quick. Oh, he didn't show up? There we go.
Can you guys stop assuming that I only date white women because I look like this and talk like this? Can you maybe stop? Every other black person I meet, after like 10 minutes into a conversation, like, oh, he only date white girls. Or he dates black girls, but it's the Candace Owens types of black girls. Shut the fuck up. I don't have a racial preference. I don't. If I had it my way, I'd have a woman from every ethnic group. Infinity whores. I have a class preference. I don't date women that get into fist fights at Walmart. I don't date women who have been kicked off planes before. But that could be any race. Okay, I have never understood guys that are like, oh, Dr. Umar is going to have to understand. Why are you thinking about another man when you're inside a puss?
So again, he said it was a skit and all this other type of stuff, right? But let me just add the other aspect directly to that, right? All jokes aside, there's a lot of black dudes out here that can attest to the fact that even just out in public or even talking to friends or family, people are like, oh, I thought you were into white girls. I didn't think that you were into black women. I'm like, who told you that? And like I said, black men are the only ones that have to deal with that. Black men are the only ones that automatically get viewed as like, oh, we thought you like white girls. Who told you that? Who told you that? Who? You gotta sound like an owl out here. Who told you that? Like I said, is like the amount of judgments that black dudes have to sit up there and go through is crazy. Like it is completely crazy directly out here. Like, yo, this is just, this is wild, man. This is just 100% wild. Big Man said, I'd rather hear Cedric because that broad is driving me nuts. She's repeating the same thing all bed wenches say to us and nothing different. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation, Big Man. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Kev said, she said a better outcome with non-black men. She means like Sadie Robinson and countless others. It'd be like that. It will 100% be like that. Like, that is wild. Yo, Third Eye, what is up? He said, if you carry yourself a certain way as a black man, you get marked as dating other races of women. That is 100% facts. That is 100%. I've been told so many times that even people trying to like sit up there and make jokes, and I'm like, the thing with jokes is that there's truth within there, right? So I had somebody before try to make a joke trying to say that I think that I'm better than black people, and internally I'm white, and then I want to be with a white woman. I'm like, where did you get this? And then mind you, the person saying this is with a white woman. I'm like, how? I'm like, brothers, the projection. You gotta knock at the door, because that's exactly what that is. I'm like, how are you as a person that has biracial kids being with a white woman, multiple white women? How are you saying out of all people that I'm the one that feels that I'm better than whoever, and that you see me being with a white woman? That's let me tell you. That was the most baffled I ever was in my life in a conversation. That was the most baffled. I've never, dog. How could you as a black man ever sit up there and say that I would be the one to be with a white woman when you got multiple mixed kids? How do you do that? How do you do that? The mental gymnastics of a lot of people that interracially date is crazy. I'm like, dog, just say that you can't live with your own decisions off of the simple basis of the things that you have to specifically go through because of the choices that you decided to make. Don't try to pin that and put that directly on me. Like, that's like, I tell you, these folks out here that be interracially dating, like the projection that they be doing is incredible. The loop-de-loops, the merry-go-rounds, it is wild. It is so wild out here. I ain't never in my life, man. Man. Huh? Excuse, wait, what do you mean by that? I gotta pull the Drewski. What do you mean by that? You said thank yourself. Thank yourselves. You all are the only race that completely ran away from the power of your own woman out of fear. What are we talking about? Huh? What? How did we get here? How? Dog, somebody in the comment section, let me know how we got here. Somebody read this. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this comment because I know for sure that this person is not talking about white men. She's not talking about Mexican men, Latin men, Dominican men, Haitian men, Jamaican men, Caribbean men, African men, European men, Australian men. I know she's not talking about no other men around this planet. But I'm trying to figure out where in the conversation out of all of the videos that I've done, that I've covered, how did we get here? So now we moved around from all of this, and now we're moving the goalposts, and we're saying that, oh, it's, black men ran away from us because they're afraid of our power. What are we talking about right now? Where are, brother? This is ain't this about like the third one that I pulled up to the scene with the I am woman, hear me roar? How do we get here? How do we get here? Do I see a white dude pulling up to the scene talking about somebody running from commitment? Let me see that. I'm not even going to sit up there and take you serious. I'm not. You said what is your 1969? Yo, you too old to be here. I'm just gonna be real. This is outside of your age range. You're not even supposed to be here. You're supposed to be in a home somewhere. Just to be real, you should be in a retirement home, worried about some Bengay, tough acting, some Tiger Balm, walking with a cane and everything of the sort. This is not even within your age range. I'm not even sure how you found your way here. You're supposed to be falling asleep to some telemarketing commercials, MSNBC. You should be everywhere else. I'm not even sure how you found your way here. You the same way that you found your way here, you need to find yourself out. Yo, that is crazy. The first men that I ever knew in history that ran away from commitment was white men, especially during the gold rush era. Yo, and this was white men back then. They could have a full family of like 9 kids. Sarah, the West is calling. I don't know when I'm coming back or if I'm going to come back or if I'm going to make it, but I'll write you a postcard. And them boys dipped. They dipped and they sat up there and left their families to starve and to figure it out for themselves, or for another man to come up and pick up the shattered glass. And those dudes ran out west and created a whole nother family. But you want to sit up there and pull up to the scene. Oh, yeah, these black men out here. I can't even take you serious. Ain't y'all the same group? Ain't y'all matter of fact, let me sit up there. Let me go back up to this later. I gotta put you away for a minute. I come back to you later. Let me put you away. Later real quick. Let me lay this. Ain't y'all the same ones because your demographic, your population is failing? You decided to roll back the AB laws, right? You want to take back the Plan B. You want to sit up there and stop women, even if it deals with women and young girls who may have gone through the most traumatic experiences. You want to make sure that they still have those kids. But you want to sit up there and try to pull up on the scene and be like, oh, yeah, these black men are. So for the black women out there that always talk about, dating guys interracially, we know why. We know why, because you guys end up teaming up with dudes like this and forming Voltron or Mumra in order to take down everybody. Because both of y'all combined hate black men. I see it. Shout out to Jeepers Creepers 1969 for coming directly up in here. I also need adult, and I need Chris Hansen to check this man's computer and all of his electronic devices, because I don't feel too safe. I'm just talking about the stats though, because y'all are the main ones that cause the most harm to children and family, statistically speaking, and this is coming from your own government. So just saying, since you want to take shots directly at black men, just saying. Just saying. But shout out to those divestors. This is your guy. Come pick him up. I know y'all in the comment section somewhere. Come pick up your guy. Come pick up your guy. 1969. That's the ripe age that I know y'all like it. Come pick that man right up. Come pick him up real quick. Come pick him up. And you said that's true, buddy. Oh, you think you're Kurt Angle? And it is true that y'all caused the most damage to children and family. How about that one? Chris Hansen has done the Lord's work and has caught a mini deal of you guys all throughout here. We can go tit for tat and you are going to lose. I'm going to just let you know this, and especially historically speaking, with the amount of damage that you have done to every single indigenous person around this world and also animals. I've covered stories, as a matter of fact, about you going after lions, tigers, bears. Oh my, I've covered all those stories directly on my platform. Since people want to sit up there and talk about, oh, it's true. It's true. Yeah. Like I said before, y'all be out here. Y'all be pulling up at the wrong time, but you got the right one though. You got the right one though. You got the right one though. Let me tell you, that is some wild work. That is diabolical. Uh-oh, somebody is horribly offended. It was like, yo, guy, you're going to get old one day. No duh. But like I said before, my old and your old is going to be two different things. Let's just also get that straight. So people can get old, but how they get old is vastly different. Let's say I could be 60, but again, body-wise, I could be that of a 30-year-old. You're not going to understand that. So like I said before, it's Captain Obvious. Of course, people are going to sit up there and get old. I'm not against that. I'm always aware of that. It happens. It's going to sit up there and happen. But again, how you age and deteriorate is vastly different. Some go faster. Some go a lot slower. So yeah, like I said, keep that directly in mind next time you want to sit up there and try to bring something up to me because you feel specifically offended, as if I came directly after you. That's some wild work. You pulling up to the scene trying to defend another guy. Was that your boyfriend? Did I hurt you guys? Was it really that offensive? And the craziest part is you got more offended about me talking about the age, about what the age of the person is. He's the one that decided to put when he was born directly in his tag. I didn't ask him to do that. I didn't even want to know that information. I don't even, in a sense, technically care what people's ages actually are up until they let me know. Then it's going to be a topic of conversation. Like I said, that's crazy. Another person talking about, oh, he engages in rage bait. Well, you know, it'd be like that. If you feel like that you're going to rage out by the things that I happen to say, that is directly on you. The exact same energy that I give here is the exact same energy that I give directly to my own people. So it's a personal problem if you decide that you feel a certain type of way. That has nothing to do with me. Take it up with your God if you even believe in one. If not, again, take it up with yourself and do the necessary internal workings so that you can get better as an individual. There's a solution. Just saying. Somebody said, tell me why all of my white friends know their fathers. I know who my father is. I've met my father, spent time with my father, and all of my black male friends know who their fathers are. And those black friends are also in their children's lives. Color me surprised. Oops, I guess that does not specifically fit your narrative. Color me surprised. Color me surprised. Why am I so shocked? Like I said, I love when people want to throw the stereotypes and start to go borderline racist with a lot of stuff instead of actually saying what it is that they want to sit up there and say. That's some crazy work, and think that they're going to have a gotcha moment. There is no gotcha moment here. You don't got nothing. Like I said before, good job though. You did try. Try again though. Try again. Some wild work though. I love it though. And I'm the one that is working in rage bait. Yo, that is crazy. Yo, that is diabolical. I love it though. That is diabolical. Diabolical. Mogul said that Seji, LOL, take it up with Chris Hansen. Yeah, that's bars. We need Chris Hansen directly on the scene. I'm feeling, a little bit unsafe here. We don't know what their browser history is. It could be either trying to destroy this country or trying to go after the family or both. We don't know. We don't know, just statistically speaking. Just saying. Just saying. Let's see what else we got. Third Eye said Chris Hansen got the show canceled because he caught too many white men. Yeah, he did. Yeah. It was some other stuff that happened too, but yeah. Yep. Let me see what else we got. Tippy said, Seji, you're 60 and you look good. Thank you, Tippy. Much love and appreciation from Tippy. Much love and appreciation. This woman right here. Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. Let me see what else we got. Gail said, brother man, we can do this. We can't let the societal setup bring us asunder. That is bars. That is straight bars. That is straight bars. We got somebody just sitting up there spamming. No problem. We're going to pack you right on up, brother. Gotcha. Let me see. What else do we got here? Let me just stroll directly through here. Use them harassing any chance they get. And you know the craziest part is, I want for anybody here that is Black American, I want you to pay very close attention to what I tell you right now. The moment in time, again, that you're focused directly on Black people, this is what they tend to do. These folks will pull directly up to the scene to try to pull away from the topic, to cause a distraction so that they can get some energy, because that's the only way that they know how. They can't sit still. They can't formulate their own energy, right? They can't even invest that much in themselves in order to power themselves up. Because I want to know, all of the videos that I have showcased, all of them are Black faces. And the only thing that had to do with technically, anybody Caucasian is specifically dealing with the dating side. Right. But even still within that, it was still going right back to speaking about Black people within the Black community. So I just want people to pay attention to that. Something that really has nothing to do with them, they decide to pull up into the scene and try to make stuff about themselves. Like I said, pay attention. And they do this on every single Black, channel, live stream, and all these other types of things. Let me see. Third said, oh, here comes the per capita white fragility. Yeah. Yep. That is bars. Kevin E. Turner said, my father is still in my life, retired military Lieutenant John B. Turner. Much love, respect, and appreciation to your father. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Some of these people I'm just going to be skipping directly by. Let me see. Shawnee said, facts, they need our energy. Yeah, the bars, 100%. We got Mo sitting up there working. Oh, yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Let me see what else we got. Victor said, either way, the main narrative should remain that Black men have a good reputation overseas and they are trying to ruin the image and throw us all under one umbrella. I mean, I don't know. But anyways, that was just that clip directly right there, right? So now we're going to take a listen to another individual and see what it is that she has to state.
I don't like me when I say this, but Black men treat Black women the worst. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for Black love. I want to see more of my people together. But when we look at shit statistically and just looking at relationship dynamics, the women, especially the Black women that I have seen that have been in interracial relationships with men of another culture or race, they are always treated like the queen they deserve to be treated. And I hate that for us. I hate that for us, bro. Because I feel like in the Black community, we have normalized too much of struggle love, bro. Like, we should not be struggling to love each other. Love should never be difficult and hard, bro. Like, we always have to say, well, if you really love that person, you're going to go through thick and thin for them. If you really love this person, you're going to struggle. No, if I'm truly meant to be with this person and truly meant to love this person, then our love should not be difficult. Why do we try to get Black women to be okay with living a difficult life, bro? I want to know, bro. And we always have this debate that, oh, Black men, when they date outside of their race, they always treat the white women better. They always treat the Hispanic women better. They always treat such and such better. No, that's not the case at all. Let me tell you what it really is. The reason why those women are quote unquote treated better is because of the cultural standards that they have for dating. I feel like.
Let me just, I gotta pause it right there. So I hear this quite a bit online where black women will sit up there and say that black men, treat such and such better or whatnot or whatever. Can people not understand that the point of view that you're looking at, out of 24 hours, you're looking at 5 seconds, literally. You're looking at 5 seconds of an interaction. And from that, people just write books. I'm like, how do we get there? You don't know the internals of that interracial relationship between that black man with that white woman. You don't know the dynamics. You don't know how she talks to him. You don't know how the family, the white family specifically talks to him, or how they deem or see or treat him, or if he's even able to come to holidays, gatherings, and all. You don't know nothing about nothing. But because you see that dude with that woman out, you're like, oh, he's so nice to her. He does this, he does everything. And why, oh, why? Because that same black man never do that for us. And in reverse, there's black women out here that'll look at black women with white men and they'll be like, oh, these white men, they'll treat black women like kings. Again, you're looking at 5 seconds out of 24 hours. You're not looking at months, you're not looking at years, but you're writing a theory, and you're like, my thesis basically states from this 5 seconds of observation that black women are just so loved. They're treated like queens. They are just upheld. The ground that they walked on is being kissed and is being swept every single time. It's just nothing but lilies, daisies, and cherries just falling from the sky whenever a black woman is with these men of other races. What? This is the dumbest outlook to ever sit up there and have, just to justify why it is that you want to be with another group. That's the dumbest outlook. Like, you're not sitting down and having conversations. Like, at least on National Geographics, when they observe animals, they're doing this for years. These fools out here are sitting up there observing it for 5 seconds and think they just study and understand everything. What? Let's keep going.
In other races, there's a very strong cultural standard when it comes to dating, bro. And yes, we as black people have that too, but I feel like it's not as enforced because we have normalized struggle love, bro. And when I say these things, obviously I'm not trying to apply every single black man into this category, but a good handful of black men do not treat black women right. And I feel like when I see black women date outside of their race, or just being able to experience a new dating standard, I guess you could say, they always just seem like they have a weight lifted off of their shoulders, bro. And I'm telling y'all, it's a cultural standard difference when it comes to dating. Like, I feel like growing up, our families talk more to us about I don't know, I feel like conversations about dating and how somebody should really treat you and take care of you and stuff isn't really that normalized in the black community, especially if you already don't really have a healthy parent dynamic to look up to. And I just say this to say that I really hope that a lot of my fellow sisters can experience a love that they deserve, bro. Do not settle and do not close yourself off to one type of dating standard, okay? And not only that, change y'all preferences, bro. Y'all keep trying to find love from the hood. You think you want to find love from him? Come on, that's another thing where it's just change your preferences, change the way you view dating, and have those strong boundaries and standards. And it's gonna be lonely. It's gonna be lonely. You're probably gonna be single for a couple years, but I promise you, it's so much more worth it being single and actually taking the time to find a person that's right for you and that's willing to meet your standards. Because I feel like a lot of black women are told, oh, your standards are too high. My standards are too high. Well, I would hope so. I would hope I have high standards. Oh my gosh, I just feel like black women, we're just expected to settle. We're just expected to settle, struggle, and all these things. And it's just bro, we just need to stand up, bro, stand up. Stop craving love externally and crave love from your friends, crave love from your family, crave love from yourself before you crave love from a man. Especially a man that don't even know how to love himself or his own family or his own friends.
But the crazy part is, you know, the one thing that I agree with her, and I've talked about this before, she said, crave love from yourself. I said for the longest time possible that a lot of people need to look internally for the love and the energy that they desire, so that when they meet another person, it's just an add-on. So that when you meet another person and that person is no longer there for whatever reason, you're not starting from ground zero because you've already built yourself up. Instead of her making this about black men, she could have just sat up there and did something talking about women learning how to love themselves internally. But she can't do that and wrap content around that because black women are not going to come there and flood that. They're not going to come there and give her views. They're not going to come there and subscribe for that. The only way that a lot of folks out here like this can ever get subscribers and get people coming directly to them, black men have to be the focal point in a negative way in order to get viewership. Those are just the facts. The moment in time that you have a woman telling women that they need to be accountable for themselves internally when it deals with knowledge of self, value, respect, and love, other women ain't trying to hear that. They're like, yo, you're not going to sit up there and tell me that I need to do this work. I'm fine the way that it is. It's the men out here that need to sit up there and do the work. So this is why they don't do content like this. This is why you hear her saying black men, black men, black men, black men, black men. And then at the last minute, at the tail end, she's like, yo, black women, you need to just, love yourself and work on yourself. She said it within 5 seconds at the end of the video. because the main thing to get them in the door, black men, black men, black men, black men. I keep trying to tell people like, yo, people just can't sit up there and be honest about stuff. Somebody has to be the villain. And I keep saying it's the most profitable villain ever created is black men. Nobody else. Nobody else comes close. Black men. Everybody makes money off of it. You can look at mainstream media. You can look at blogs. You can look at news articles. You can look at things on social media. Wherever you want to sit up there and go. If people start talking negatively about black men, money starts running in. Starts coming directly in. It's automatically there. But on the reverse, if these same people wanted to speak highly of black men, oh, it's dead. Ain't nobody coming there. Ain't nobody subscribing. Ain't nobody making them rich directly off of that. They're not going to make any livings off of that content on TikTok. Like I said, I keep trying to tell a lot of these women out here, like, yo, a lot of this stuff is just a game. And they're playing you emotionally on purpose because other women know how to emotionally trigger other women and how to keep them directly in that space secluded. Because they know that if they can keep you there and encapsulate you there and keep you in that energy, that all you're going to do is just keep throwing money directly at them. You're going to keep subscribing. Then those women are going to bring more women. Those women are going to bring even more women, and so on and so on and so on. And then within that exact same content, because I done looked at a lot of these platforms, these women offer no type of solutions on how to find, quote unquote, a better black man, on how to change up their energy so that they can attract the right type of black men. They never say any of this. It's always negative stuff about black men every single time. No solutions. Like I said, women are going to lead other women into being single. Dear Lord. Dear Lord. It's crazy. Crazy work. Diabolical work, let me tell you. Let's continue. I think, wait, did I have another? Let me see. That one was for the other video earlier. Right. Okay. So let's go to the next one here.
Plenty of black women, plenty of times. Black men, a lot of black men do not see community with black women if they feel like it does not benefit them, right? Like the only time you will see black men as a collective come together with black women is only when it comes to the defense of black men against racism. But when it's time for that favor to be paid back, the only people speaking up is black women. Right, either black men are nowhere to be found, or they sided with them. Because you notice, right? Black men who always cry about, oh, the white man's going to keep us down, and we're black, we can't do that. The same system white men done created for why y'all got to move the way y'all move. Y'all go inside with them, right? When it's time for y'all to be persecuted, just so you can go against black women. Right, just so you go against black women, just so you can feel like you have a seat at the table until they take that away when they turn around and be racist back to y'all. Because mind you, the same men who are on here having everything to say about Angel Reese, the same men who are on here trying to play neutral about the fact that Fever fans are being racist towards Angel Reese and have been a problem ever since they overreacted about her, pointing at her ring finger, right, taunting people, right. You went on a frenzy about white people doing the same shit to that one NFL player. I can't remember his name right. Y'all went on a frenzy. Y'all were like, "Oh my God, they're being racist. They can't stand to see a black man who's got ego, who's cocky, right? They love humbling black people. They love humbling black people, but them people who sit here saying the same Reese, oh, she's cocky. We don't like her attitude. She got an ego. Where the fuck y'all? Where the fuck y'all? They don't hear talk about some. Yeah, she needs to wash her attitude. Yeah, she needs to wash her attitude. Then we'll.
So let me just state this before anybody. And again, I just want to preface this by saying a lot of the women out here were not even interested in college female basketball at all up until you had the whole thing of like Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. When that became like the whole go-to thing, when it was mainstream, magically everybody became fans. And we see, like I told y'all before, let's see how long that lasts. all of these women out here talking about that they're fans and they're interested in this college female. I'm like, let's see how long that lasts. And you don't see those same women out here no more. You don't see people walking out here with these jerseys, talking about the games, talking about buying tickets, and you don't see those same numbers no more. Again, it was a fad. And it worked out because what? You had the race dynamic that was directly there. It wasn't because it was a woman dynamic, because it's nothing but women playing there. It was because it was a race, a black and a white dynamic. And because that was there, that was the main thing that sold. And that's why everybody, both black and white, got interested, because everybody was going to their side and be like, oh, Caitlin Clark is the best. No, Angel Reese is the best. No, black people are the best. Well, no, white people are pretty good. That's what it was. And that died down. I don't see those ticket sales no more. Like I said, all of that, it was just a fad. Like I said before, because in general, if women like this woman that wanted to talk about Angel Reese, if you actually care anything about the WNBA, if women in general cared about the WNBA, the NBA would not have to support it. The WNBA, since its inception, has always been in a deficit. The only reason that the WNBA exists is because the NBA is allowing it to, with money, with backing. Again, women are not even coming out to support other women like that. Out of all the money that women sit up there and spend and how much they sit up there and say that they love women, they're not pulling up to the scene to sit up there and support it. And within the aspect that she wants to talk about the racism that was happening to Angel Reese, you know how long that's been happening to black men in sports? Like, are we serious? And you talking about where are black men? Dog, we've been sitting up there going through this. You just got here, literally. It's like this is something that has always been there. It's just for black dudes, we're just sitting up there. We're so used to it, we just ignore it because we know what comes with this. We know the dynamics. We know how race plays in a lot of these things. It's like people who just get here, they're just like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. Welcome to the club. Your first time here? It's like, that's crazy to me. And then you're trying to, in some type of way, you're trying to blame black men for the reason that Angel Reese was talked about the way that she was talked about. I saw the utmost people talking about her were white people. They were making all types of memes and pictures directly of Angel Reese. Like, but like I said, she's not paying attention to that. That's not what she's looking at. She specifically wants to, it's black men, it's black men, it's black men. Angel Reese didn't get no protection because of black men. Angel Reese is getting talked about because of black men. Where were black men to sit up there and defend any of this? Nowhere.
Side with the ops if they get temporary, if they get a temporary little creaky, a raggedy seat at the table. Right, they will side with the ops, the same white men who they swear are always trying to keep them down every time they get in trouble for doing something. They side with them with something that's your buddy. Suddenly the white man in the system is your buddy when it comes to trying to talk down on black women. Like that, and it's making me laugh. I'm like, now y'all doing all this and yet them still mad at y'all about Carmelo. Them same people who y'all siding with, they still mad at y'all about Carmelo. They still mad at you about old dude who killed that police officer. Like, you are not smart. They're not smart. And then when they turn around and black women stop defending them and helping them defend themselves, they're going to say, well, nobody stand by the black man's side no more. Nobody want to take up for black men no more. Like, y'all don't ever have community with black women unless it's time for y'all to be saved. But when it's our turn, y'all go and join the rest of them talking. Like, it's crazy.
What? That's wild. Now, shout out to Gail. Because Gail said that Angel Reese, I guess, is stepping away from the WNBA. Let me see. I mean, there are some rumors directly out there. As late of December 12th, 2025, it said that Angel Reese states that she plans to return to the Chicago Sky, but I think that was due to back injuries. But what I did notice looking up Angel Reese, if I can go back there, It did say that Angel Reese has invested money into skincare brands and other business moves. So I would not be too surprised if she will probably step away from basketball, because she got popularity, she got a nice following. All she has to do is basically build that up. All she got to do is sit up there and build that up, and add some stuff directly to it, and she can do something with that. She won't even have to play basketball, because I promise you, Angel Reese is more than likely making more money outside of the WNBA versus being there, and that's just how it works. Like I said, if more women would actually support the WNBA, the WNBA, like those women would be looking, they would have LeBron numbers when it deals with money. But as it stands right now, you have a lot of female basketball players. They're like, yo, we deserve to make the same money as a LeBron or Steph Curry. LeBron and Steph Curry, they can put people in seats. They got people buying jerseys. They got people buying, cards, and they got people actually buying things. I can't list the last time I done seen a woman with a WNBA card collection. I've never seen it. I can't even list you women who got homes, because a lot of women say that they got homes with money. I can't list you fields of women that got homes, and you step in there and you just see jerseys above the fireplace or something, just like hanging throughout the house. That's stuff that men do. Basketball cards, that's stuff that men do. Jerseys, men do that. Other types of memorabilia, basketballs being signed and stuff. That's what men do. Again, you're bringing value to the brand, value to that person's name, right? To that team. Women don't do that. And I'm just being real. Women do not do that as a whole. Women don't do that. Even when it deals with women's sports, women don't do that. So this is why women in the WNBA, they can be as great as they want to be. They're not going to make the same amount of money as men, because they cannot put and bring women into those stadiums to fill those seats. It just is what it is. It just is what it is. Like I said, people can talk about as much as they want to sit up there and talk about men, but the WNBA is the reason that the NBA is the reason that the WNBA still exists at this moment in time. Can't nobody say nothing different. You can look it up if you want to. But again, men are bad. That's some crazy work. That is crazy work. That was yeah, I remember that too. Let me see. I'm trying to go back to I saw Tippy's comment. It was talking about Simone Biles, and I think I did. No, that was Tippy. That was Third Eye. Okay, yeah, I got it up there. Yeah. So yeah, going back to what Third Eye said, where he said that she think we forgot about black women attack Simone Biles and her hair, and her husband holding her gold medal. Yeah, like dog. Let me tell you something. And I had to sit up there and make a video on that, because like the young dude was sitting up there getting crucified. You had women online talking about like, yeah, that's just Simone Biles' husband. I'm like, the dude been had he already had like a name for himself, and he's already been sitting up there doing work. But you trying to sit up there and slight him because you want to like pedestalize her. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, that's some wild type of stuff. Like, you acting like this dude is just some like random dude. Like, collectively, they're both sitting up there doing what it is that they're supposed to be sitting up there doing. Like, that's wild to me. And it's like a lot of times women sit up there and say, like, oh, I'm not trying to be the lead and whatnot or whatever in a relationship. But then you'll have women online be like, oh, yeah, that's just Simone Biles' husband. What? What? What do we even, like, how do we even make it here at this moment in time? And then the interview that he sat up there and had, and when he was sitting up there talking, again, you had black women online crucifying him. And they were more offended by his interview than Simone Biles. And she was right there in the interview. And she had to, this young woman had to come out there and defend him. Because black women out here was sitting up there crucifying this dude crazily. And I'm like, it didn't make no sense. And mind you, 9 times out of 10, the black women that were sitting up there coming at, matter of fact, let me just put up their picture real quick. Let me see. Right, let me see what's a great picture of him. Yeah, that's a great picture. I got that one right there. Couple out here looking great. And like I said, it's crazy how people always be trying to set up and say that, yo, black men don't love black women and all this other type of stuff. But the moment in time that you actually do get a vision of black love, this is black love right here. Two young, successful athletes found each other while both doing a separate things, supporting each other while doing a separate things, loving each other. And for whatever reason, black man showed up. He's athletic. He's successful. He has, probably like some millions of dollars. And he gets slammed online by black women. But yet earlier, didn't we just have a video that I showed you where's she at? Wasn't it this one right
Women
here?
do not date out of their race.
Let me see if I can highlight her real quick. This one right here was sitting up here saying how the successful black men in the community leave the community and the women behind as soon as they sit up there and get money. And then we have this couple here. Black man didn't leave the community. He didn't leave black women for a white woman, a Latin woman, an Asian woman, or anybody else. He went with a successful black woman. Do you think that you see black women online talking about this? No. Somehow it has to be something negative attached directly to it in order to bring this whole down. And you actually had women online talking about Simone can do better. You can't win. This is what I'll be talking about. It doesn't matter what you do as a black man. You can pull up to the scene with your black kids and your black wife. Somehow, somewhere, there's going to be a black woman out there to speak about it negatively. They're going to put something negative directly out there. There's something not right about them. There's some red flags. I'm feeling uneasy about them. It's always got to be something negative attached. But whenever they see a black woman with somebody else, like how Serena got her husband, nobody's ever second guessing that. Spider senses are not going off. There's no type of theories or a thesis that needs to be written or studied. Like I said, it's crazy out here, man. You can't win. You can't win even for quote unquote doing the right thing. You still get crucified as a black man. Nobody can explain this to me. Nobody can explain this. Like I said, that's some wild work. Yo, Lions Den, what is up? I covered that video too. You said Angel Reese liked the video of black women bigging up white men and trashing black men, so we don't support Angel Reese. She is on her. I know the video you're talking about. I think I highlighted that in one of my past live streams or videos. I did. I remember talking about that, and I saw that directly. And again, because a lot of people want to say like, "Oh, it was AI. It was it wasn't actually." How do you know? I went directly to her ex or quote unquote her Twitter account. And that video was directly, it's probably still up there at this moment in time. And I'm like, all right, well, that's her opinion. That's how she feels. Cool. I'm glad I know. That's how I look at it, It be like that. It will 100% be like that. But like I said, people always talk about, oh, I want to see the image of black men loving black women and they're dark, or they're heavily melanated. You got that. They're basically the same skin complexion and they're not light. They're both brown. And he loves everything about her, but try to show that and tell that to a lot of black women out here. Oh no, it's something about them. It's something wrong. We'll see how long it lasts. And again, these were the same folks that were talking about Michael B. Jordan at one point. The same demographic theorizing, oh, Michael B. Jordan, he plays for the other team, or Michael B. Jordan, yeah, we know he loves white women and this, that. But then as soon as he was with Lori Harvey, everybody shut up. But then now that he's not with Lori Harvey, it went right back to your normal scheduled program. Like I said, you can't win, man. You cannot win. Oh yeah, Gabby Douglas. Wait, who did Gabby Douglas even? Let me see. Let me see. Word? You know what? That threw me off. I did not know that. Oh wait. Let me try to. Oh no, that's her and Nick Cannon. I think this is. Let me see. No. Is that the dude right there? Let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to find the picture of her and her guy here. I think this is no. I'm trying to get the correct picture. Okay, I want to say this should be her and her husband here. Because that's Nick Cannon right there. I want to say that this should be Gabby Douglas's husband right here, possibly. Again, take it with a grain of salt because I'm trying to look for the picture. So that is possibly her husband. I'm really trying to find it. Give me a second. Give me a second. We are not trying to do AI mode. They said no Olympic gymnastic. Gabby Douglas is not married. She publicly unfocused. Okay, so no. So yeah, that's why I said take it with a grain of salt. That is not her husband. So let me just, So again, I stand corrected. Stand corrected. Let's see. Yeah. I'm not even sure who she got at this moment in time. So let me just take that down at the moment in time and put back the couple here. But yeah, I'm not sure who Gabby is with, but I think because when I saw your comment, Mom, I'm sitting up there thinking about a whole like relationship thing, and I think I might have been thinking about the other Gabby versus the gymnast that you were referring directly to. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Gabby Douglas, she did get talked negatively about. The only comment that I had about Gabby Douglas was the fact of when she, I think, what was she? I forgot, was it the Nene? It was some dance that she was doing. I was like, no. I was like, I'm like, don't do it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Like I said, she was doing good in gymnastics. I'm like, it was just the dance that got me. I'm like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's crazy work. Huh? so you're like, well, black women did it because they felt. Now I want to note the key word that you said. You didn't say that you didn't say, I'm sorry, I was gonna say Gabby Douglas. You didn't say that Simone Biles was disrespected, is being disrespected. You're stating that black women felt, which means that black women were in their feelings when they viewed it versus not being in reality. Right? So you said that black women did that because they felt, being emotional, that she was disrespected, even though they had no proof, right? Black women had 100% no proof at all that Simone Biles was being disrespected by her husband. And then you said, and Simone did not see it, right? Simone didn't see what the rest of the emotional black woman basically theorized about this black man, right? Because love is blind. This is why I sit up there and say that it doesn't matter at the end of the day what happens. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Like it's just gonna be something every single time. Every single time. Shawnee said people don't have to smile in order to be happy. That's true. In a lot of instances, even for me, I don't like in pictures, I don't like smiling either. That don't mean I'm not happy. I could be very much happy. I just don't like smiling. And then on top of that, number two, whenever it is that black men happen to smile directly in photos, we automatically receive judgments. People are like, oh, that person look like this, they look like this, and all this. It's always something negative. So it's like if we do smile, it got to be associated with something negative. If we don't smile, it got to be associated with something negative. Again, you can't win. It's like you can't win. You know, you just cannot win. Cannot win. Let me tell you. Let me see what we got. Simone Biles. You said Mo said her hair was the big topic, and she had to get a lace front to satisfy her. Wait, you talking about for Gabby Douglas? Hold on, what? Let me see. Let me see. Gabby Douglas is there. There's nothing. I didn't see nothing wrong with her hair though. Uh, I mean, just looking at it in wait a minute, what's going on there? Why are those kids looking so light? What in the world? Wait a minute. Was Gabby Douglas adopted? I'm a little bit. Let me click on this. Uh, wait. So who is this down here? Oh, okay. I guess she took. I guess she took pictures of people. Okay, that was throwing me off. I was like, hold on. But yeah, I'm sitting. I'm looking at a picture. I'm trying to just find her with just her normal hair, and I'm like, I've seen Gabby Douglas before. I'm like, if her hair like looked, a little bit odd, I'm like, she's doing gymnastics. So, you're not in a sense really worried about hair. You're more so worried about, getting everything done. So I'm a little bit confused on that one. Let me see. Yeah, like this picture right here. Let me just go to this one. Like this is a normal picture of her hair. And this is her during the Olympics, right? So this is Gabby Douglas here with her hair. Ain't nothing wrong with her hair. It's like, and that's the whole main thing. It's like I wouldn't even, understand why women would even try to sit up there and get. And then on top of that, like during the time of her being in the Olympics, let me see, what is her age right now? Gabby. Let's see. Go back here. Okay, she's 30 at this current moment in time. Right? So during the time that she was more than likely competing, like she was a young woman. So I'm like, why would you even be talking about her hair? Like she's doing something that most women can't even sit up there and do. Like she is at the top. She is at peak athleticism. So it's like to be worried about her hair is like so trivial. You should be worried about, her making sure that she makes the mark. That'll be a different type of critique because that means like, yo, you got to go back and, and train, you got to hone in on your skills, you got to, do better. To talk about somebody's hair when they're doing something such as this is it's crazy. Like I said, for those women out there, those are just clowns. Those are clowns that are not even athletic. They couldn't even do anything that she's able to do, especially at the height of being a representation that's representing the United States of America. They can never even dream of doing that. So like I said, that's crazy. That is 1,000% crazy. Third, I said it was either Gabby or Simone who was attacked for her hair during the Olympic competition. Let me see. See, Bushido said women talked about Gabby Thomas as well, maybe not to that degree of others. I just remember her being clowned for her Harvard degree among being an Olympic track star. That's crazy. And the other thing I remember too is that you had women talking about Sha'Carri. Right? Let me bring up another one. I'm probably going to spell her name wrong. Lord have mercy. And she made a comeback. Like I said, And like I said, and this is not me sitting up there ignoring the other news that was directly out there. Because again, I covered those stories as well. Let me see. Let me just put this directly up there because I gotta highlight this because a lot of black women like to sit up there and say that, oh, black men don't sit up there and love, black women with their natural hair. She got a whole boyfriend. I think still at this moment in time, she still has a whole boyfriend. And she didn't have a variety of different hairstyles. And at one point in time, like I said before, and I want to point this out, Sha'Carri was with women. She was in a relationship with I think a Jamaican runner, a female Jamaican runner. For whatever reason, that didn't sit up there and work out, and then she ended up being with a guy. Somebody got to explain that one to me because I could have sworn people sat up there and said that only women know how to love women the best. So for her to sit up there and leave, being with a woman that's in the exact same thing as her and going to be with the guy, I'm just saying something's up there. Something's up. But regardless of that, she was another person before. Some of the other stories later on came out where it was like the whole thing with her and her boyfriend at the airport. You have black women out here talking about her in a variety of different ways. And I'm like, that doesn't make any type of sense to me. I'm like, so you got black women talking about her, and then of course you had the Jamaican runners sitting up there talking about her as well too. So I'm like, she's getting attacked on both fronts. And then not only that, she was also being attacked by mainstream media. So you have three groups sitting up there attacking this one woman. Three groups. And I'm like, it's funny how a lot of people tend to forget a lot of this stuff whenever they want to talk about what it is that black women got to sit up there and go through. But people don't want to sit up there and talk about how black women treat other black women and talk about other black women. Like, it's crazy. That is diabolical. Like I said, there was a point in time where you had black women out here calling Serena a man. Let me go back to the pictures that I remember. I gotta go back to classic pictures. Let me see, where is the picture that I am specifically looking for? Hold on. Let me see, where's the picture that I'm looking for? Because the craziest part is, like, if you go back to let me just do magazine covers real quick, because there was a certain cover that was out here that I'm trying to find at this moment and time, because going back to the timeline of even looking at the 2000s, you had black dudes out there that was like, yo, Serena, she is, yo, like you had black dudes sitting up there like, yo, she look good. But for whatever reason, whenever it is that black men talk about black women looking good, people never see this. people never see these things. It's always everything else that people tend to sit up there and see. It's taken me a long time because there's a very specific picture that I am looking for. Let me see. Because she was either in a dress. Was it a dress or like a skirt or something like that? Wait, was it this one? It might have been. Let me just get that one. It might have been that one, or it might have been the other one that is down here. Man, I cannot find what I'm looking for, and that's crazy. And I know I got the image directly. I think she might have been on somebody's show. I wish that image was clear because that one actually looks pretty nice. Anyways, let me just my bad. I'm just going through these pictures. So I'll just put that one up there for Serena as an example. Right? Again, she looked great. Ain't nothing wrong. I want to say this is like some 2000s type of deal. I'm sitting up there I'm looking at the dude in the background with the gym shoes that he's wearing and the baggy pants. Yeah, this is like early 2000s. I'm looking at the baggy pants and everything, early 2000s. So again, early Serena. Black dudes like, yo, she looks good. And when she was on different magazine covers, whoo, them boy, you could barely find them at certain times. Like she was looking great. She was looking great. Let me sit up there and tell you something. Like the Serena that you see there is different from what you see now. Because I think at this moment, she might have, did some work or something somewhere. So I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. But again, people want to sit up there and make it seem like, oh yeah, black men everywhere. They never sit up there and loved Serena because of her hair, her dark complexion, and they always try to. No, it wasn't dudes that was out here trying to call Serena a man. You had women out here doing it. And if you did have dudes out here calling Serena a man, you specifically had white dudes that love tennis and they only wanted to see white European women, those type of figures directly on the court. You even at moments in times had those female tennis players saying some stuff directly about Serena as well too. But like I said, nobody tends to remember any of those things or call those things out. They'll be like, oh no, it's black men, black men, black men, black men, black men. I'm like, all right. Like I said before, when I started watching tennis, it was because Serena was there. Let me just let you know something. At any moment in time that tennis was going on and Serena was there, I was there. I was sitting directly there. And I had, like my whatever cereal, whatever I had to eat, I was sitting up there watching. I was there. Other than that, I didn't care nothing about tennis. There was no reason for me to. I'm not trying to see like these European girls like just I don't care about that. I'm sorry. I do not care. And then on top of that, one of the white girls, she was found to have been cheating anyway, which is crazy to me. The girl sat up there and like was taking what performance enhancement or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. What was it? Tibby said, why black wealthy men didn't want her. You gotta also specifically ask the question, what was the angle from her as well? Because people are so quick to sit up there and say, like, oh, well, obviously it's the black men, they were the problem. It's easy to sit up there and say that, but nobody looks at how the woman was. Did she have any type of like attitudes? Were there issues? Was she, potentially, bullheaded when it dealt with a lot of things, and yada 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 and all this other type of stuff. You know, it's crazy work. Wait, what? You got somebody in the comment section just like talking. Uh so I'm basically a creep because I was looking at normal pictures of Serena Williams and I was saying how attractive she is. Let me just highlight this. Let me just highlight this. Look, so you see how that works? So you see how this works when I'm sitting up there looking at normal everyday pictures. This is like Serena in dresses, just like going to engagements, like she is fully clothed. And I'm called a creep because I'm paying attention and I'm looking at a black woman. You see how this works? You see how this works? See how people want to pull up to the scene and start saying like some weird type of stuff? This is what I be talking about. Like I said, straight weirdos out here. Straight weirdos. Straight weirdos. Like, dog, this is why y'all need to just keep moving. I'm just gonna get you up out of here because I don't got no time. Cause that's just crazy. Like y'all just be saying anything at this moment in time. Straight just saying anything. That's wild. That is straight wild. But yeah, like I said, crazy work. Um, what was the other one I was gonna put directly up there? Yeah, now I'm about to sit up and put the other picture of it. Like I said, no problem. You are right, right? I am a straight weirdo because I like looking at images of black women dressed up and just being there. You're right. I'm a weirdo. Yep. I like looking at black women in nice dresses. You are so correct. That is crazy. That's some diabolical work. Diabolical work. Diabolical. But now we're gonna go to better yet, before I even get to D Money was like the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Oh it's crazy out here, man. It is crazy. So what I'm going to do is what I was supposed to do because I've been talking for so long. There was a video that I got of Tamar Braxton. For those in the community, you already know who that is. You already know who Tamar is. And there's a woman that got a podcast, and we're going to take a listen real quick. It's going to take a little bit because I gotta get this together real quick. I gotta put this together because I'm making sure to put the captions directly up there so we can keep track. Because sometimes I know I'll put the videos up there and you guys can't really hear it sometimes. So I want to make sure that you guys are able to hear it. Let me just add a nice little background up there real quick. Let me see which one we got. I just put that one, like the newspaper type of background for the video. So we're gonna look at this, right? Dun, dun, dun. Let me just put this directly up there. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciates to any and all people that are currently here, at this moment in time. Shout out to the trolls, because y'all don't got nothing else better to do. You godless heathens, you godless swine that directly to park your trailer parks in this section of the internet. Oh man. Oh my goodness. D Money said, dang, who that? No, that's Serena. I mean, you probably can't fully see the pic. Wait, can I? Maybe that might be a little bit better. You can kind of see it. Damn. Yeah, that's the best way I can do it. So now you can kind of like fully see it. That's Serena. I'm not sure what I want to say. That should be like 2000s ish. Not now, but that's like 2000 because I'm looking at her skin complexion and her hair. So that was like earlier on. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, Queen P, what do you mean? Who are you specifically talking about when you say that they prefer a man or a white woman? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. I'm just trying to figure out something real quick. I will give you some time because I'm highly confused. Oh, Sham is it? Yo, what is up, Sham? You said did she lighten her skin? No. That's because of the that's the lighting. Like if you look directly at her shoulder and technically towards like the calf, you can see that it's lighter in certain areas because of the flash, and they got those screens that they put directly up there to try to give themselves certain types of lighting for photo shoots and stuff. Oh, okay. I got you. You said the sickles that's mad that you're showing a black woman. Okay, yeah. I got you. Because I was waiting because I was like, wait, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm a little bit confused. I was confused for me. I'm like, hold on. I'm like, what just happened? All right, I got you. No problem. Yo, what is up, Sam? You said, okay, sorry, I'm late. I couldn't breathe all night. And something went crazy. It's a bit better today, and I'm just waking up. No problem, Sham. Like I said, you gotta take care, especially because I know that you be no life in those games and raging. You gotta You gotta pull it back sometime. You can't be raging out like Tippy. Tippy be raging, grumble, grumble, grumble. I love doing that because in my mind, whenever I know that Tippy is raging at a game, that's the main sound that I hear. So it's funny. Let me see. Is the video done yet? Okay, it's about like 70%. It's a little bit slow because I guess because I got everything open at this moment. This would be a little bit quicker if I had more RAM for this computer, but RAM is at astronomical prices. So yeah, that's a little bit outside of my pay grade. At this moment in time. So we gotta wait. Like, yo, I feel like RAM is almost at the price of gold right now. Like, it's looking crazy out here. It is looking crazy. Oh, look at that. That's crazy. Somebody said the content is trash. You know what else is trash? You. And that's why you are directly off and out of the comment section. So try again, though. Sign into another Google account so you can write that this content and live stream is trash so that I can ban you directly again. I keep telling people sometimes I will entertain trash and other times I won't. Sometimes I just tend to throw out trash early, even if the bag ain't full. I'll just throw it out just because I want to exercise. That's crazy. You got clowns out here talking about content is trash. I guess it's trash because this is a woman that you don't like. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Whatever. It'd be like that. Sham, D Money said, "What is up?" He says hello. Sham said, "I took Tylenol, but the fever just won't break." I got you. So now I can actually put this video up. Sham said, "I took Tylenol, but the fever just won't break, and I'm thinking about going back to the hospital. They said my pneumonia was something, but it did travel to my throat." Yeah, you gotta take care of yourself there, Sham. You gotta slow your roll. Gotta slow your roll. Gotta pull back the classic rock right there. All right, so let's look at Tamar and see what she has to say about the situation.
Does this show make you want to still get married?
Girl, yes, I am a wife. I am not no streetwalker. And I'm upset I'm still in the street. Like, what's going on?
Why are you still in the streets?
Because
I know your DMs are full. Are you just not wanting
full of
to
the
look?
right fertilization. There's not the right gas. Okay. I take premium. It's getting very much regular unleaded. Thank you.
What type of man is Tamar
a good
attracted
man.
to? What does that mean anymore?
A good. Let's start there. You find that, and then we can go down.
She's like, it's tough out here. Really?
Yeah.
Just a good man.
Start with the good man.
I think people are. We talked about this, and we were saying that sometimes people might feel intimidated because you are a type of woman who knows
oh my God, it drives me crazy.
what you want.
No. Listen, let me tell you something. There are so many successful women nowadays. I think it's irresponsible to entertain this conversation. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that is not a deficit in a relationship because your woman is balling and a boss.
True.
You understand what I'm saying? And we got to change that conversation. Like, no, you're not intimidated to come talk to me because I done bossed up and I got some money. That's what we're supposed to do.
But I don't think it's the money thing. I think it's just because you're very confident and guys know that they can't step to you halfway. It's got to be, baby,
yeah, but I'm a recovering alpha female. You see what I'm saying?
That's what it is.
Recovering is the word.
So what does that mean? You want to be soft?
Yes. Ooh. I work at it every day.
Okay.
Yeah. I have no interest in being an alpha female. I don't know. I don't want to run my man. I don't want to go toe to toe with him. And I don't want that. No, I chose him because I feel like he can lead and guide and protect.
Yes.
Why am I challenging that?
That part.
I'm not doing that.
So you having to have been alpha female means that you were just in survival mode and you had to just take the lead,
baby,
because they wasn't leading.
And you know what? It is a blurred line. Like when you're running your own business or you're a single mother, and you just gotta get things done, and you can't wait on anybody. But I believe that having a spouse is a partnership. You have to wait on him.
Absolutely,
and it's okay.
Okay,
it's okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right. So fellas, I don't know what you're waiting on. Hello, she's here. She's ready.
But not just any fella.
No, not just obviously. If you're paying attention, it's not just any fellas. You got to
don't say fellas, because not all of y'all.
Men.
Some of y'all stay right there and be blessed in the spirit. Okay?
A man of God, a good man, someone who can lead.
There. Those are the bases.
She's like, so you don't even have to be attractive.
Whoa.
You said you want to start there. What if they're not attractive? Can you overlook that?
Well, I'm not having any babies.
So what? Tamar. Okay. I get it. All right.
But I'd like somebody to be, yeah. But I want to be more attracted to your spirit. I want to be attracted to the inside. Because I'm going to tell you something. Like, being on the outside for so long, and did I say I'm upset about being on the outside? And so long, but being on the outside so long, it's like the cute ones are so ugly in the inside. Like they got more issues than Vogue, and I don't have no time for it. And then the Rasta pasta that they have, Rasta, and I call it Rasta pasta because it got so many. It's not the ingredients; it's all different. You get what I'm saying?
I got you.
The Rasta pasta that we have, I'm not getting ready to jump in that bowl with them.
Yeah,
and y'all.
She said, it's the metaphors for me.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're not jumping in the bowl.
Yeah.
I hear you. I do think that there is someone out there for you.
Oh, I know it is. I pray for him all the time. And I include him in, no, for real. People thought I was crazy yesterday because I had a show yesterday, and I always pray before a lot of things, but before a show. And I pray about my husband.
Okay.
I say, thank you, God, for bringing him here. He's so amazing and beautiful and wonderful and generous and kind, and he fits right in with the group. Yeah, I do it all the time.
And that's called manifestation.
And here he comes.
And he's on the way.
Thank you.
And I'll listen. I just want to be at the wedding. That's all.
And I'm telling you, and you see how you see me twice this year?
Yes.
You won't be seeing me like that.
Oh.
Because I'm going to be at Brokeback Mountain. Often. Thank you. Funny style.
So
So we heard that, right? So I just want to highlight this real quick. Right? So Tamar had spouses. So you had one dude from 2001 to 2003, short term. You had another one from 2008 to 2019, a little bit longer. And then you had another dude, which is the white dude, from 2024 to 2024. Explain that one to me. Because last time I checked, whenever I look online, you hear a lot of women sit up there and say, like, once they get a white guy, that's it. Like that's the one that worships a black woman, loves a black woman, and and all this other type of stuff, and no man can do it better. That ended. It began and ended in the same year. How is that even possible? And then on top of that, she's been engaged multiple times. Nobody's going to sit up there and tell me that it's the men that are the problem. You're not going to tell me that as a woman you've been married multiple times and you've been engaged multiple times and that the men are the sole problem. Oh boy, we're not doing that. We're not doing it. I am not a believer. I am not a believer in that at all, because that is crazy. That is crazy. So let me see. Let me get kind of close with it. It says, yes, Tamar Braxton has been married 3 times, right? And it lists the men directly up there, right? The reports indicate that they have since separated, dealing with I guess like the last guy in 2024 or whatnot or whatever. Yeah, how do you fail in marriage 3 times? I'm just trying to figure out, how is that even possible? Like you should have gave up. You should have just let it go. And then on top of that, your last marriage, you failed with a white guy. That's supposed to be the cream of the crop. That's supposed to be the last stop, and you failed? Huh? Brother. Somebody has to somebody got to make it make sense. The math is not mathing here. The math is not mathing at all. Like I said, it's not making no type of sense to me. It's just not there for me. It's just not there. No, Shan, what she was basically saying is that her back was going to get broken. If she finds the guy or whatnot, whatever, she's not going to have time to be specifically just out there because she's going to, want to consistently just have relations every single day. So she ain't going to be on podcasts. She's not going to have time for that because, work, quote unquote, is going to be getting done. That is pretty much what she means. But now what we're going to sit up there and do is we're going to go directly to the last video. In the last video, I had to attach some comments directly there because there were women in the comment section that had a reply for this guy. They wanted to, say some stuff there, right?
A lot of y'all wonder why you got a lot of pro-black women who, they so pro-black, but they got a white boyfriend.
Right. So that's the main topic of the video. Pro-black women that are just like ultra Black Panther, pro-black, all of this stuff, but they have a white boyfriend, right? So underneath that, let me see if I kind of zoom it in with just out. That looks a little bit bad right there. All right, so I'll just leave it right there. So you guys should be able to read the comments that are specifically there, so you can decide to pause it at one time, or we'll just come back directly over it, right? So let me just let them talk.
I heard a lot of explanations. A lot of y'all kind of go overboard. You just be saying a lot of stuff that don't make sense. But let me explain it to you. It's really not that hard. It's not just a preference or, love is love. It's about white liberal approval becoming the measuring stick of what black empowerment is supposed to look like in their opinion. You see, a lot of these women, they hang around a lot of white liberal circles where being pro-black basically means reciting every progressive talking point, even the ones that don't serve black people at all. So when black people push back on that and say, nah, that ain't it, suddenly it's, they feel like, well, y'all just don't get it. Or y'all are just too ignorant. The community don't understand. They don't understand what I'm trying to do here or what it's really all about. So then what do? They run back to their white liberal circles for validation. Especially that white woke boyfriend who just loves his black queen. As long as she don't never make him uncomfortable, of course. So it ain't about love or preference. It's about who affirms your ego when the community stops clapping for your bullshit. See, a lot of these women in these circles, these black women in these liberal circles, they've been convinced that the interests of white liberals and black liberation align. I mean, we can clearly see they don't, but that's what they believe. See, white liberals, they want diversity. They don't want disruption. They want representation. They don't want reparation. Groups don't have allies. They have interests. And when they try to spin this nonsense and black people ain't going for it, and they run right back to them white people for comfort. That's how they become tools for white agendas. Use to gaslight their own people. That ain't pro-black. They ain't pro-black. They just translators for the oppressor class. Wrapped in kente cloth, fueled by grant money, partnered up with a white man that calls himself an ally until he isn't. You didn't transcend the community. You outsourced your identity.
Right. So underneath that, you had some black women that pulled up to the same. So let me see if I can just get this all the way back at these comments here so we can just keep track. Right. So underneath this part, for the main three comments, one person said that, and for the record, I have no trouble finding a man, just picky. I have no tolerance for game playing since I have been on this app. All I hear is how black men uplift the snow bunnies. So you can't blame some of these women, aka black women, for venturing out to other races of men. The main thing that I say is this, especially for that woman directly up there to say that all that she sees is that black men are uplifting snow bunnies. What content are you tuned into? What is your algorithm tuned into? Because it seems as though that her algorithm is specifically tuned into everything that is just like, this is what black men do for other women. And you're tuned into what other black women are specifically saying that black men are doing for other women. Like that seems to be where it is, because TikTok is a very large place, right? And again, people have certain content creators that they follow, and because you follow certain content creators, they're going to give you that content creators, stuff along with mutuals, and then other people that are also within that exact same circle. So that'll, in a sense, help to formulate your algorithm, so to say. Like I said, my algorithm is all over the place. I can get anything from news, I can get mainstream media, I can get anime, I can get video games, I can get tech, I can get stuff like this directly up there, and other things as well. So, like I said, I'm not exactly sure what people are specifically paying attention to. I mean, technically, I am, but yeah, people got to blame themselves when they're talking about social media and what it is that they're able to see every single day. Yeah, because you're venturing and looking specifically for it. Again, my TikTok is all over the place. It's not just one specific thing, right? So let's keep going. Another person underneath that said, as a black woman, I have definitely seen those and know exactly the ones you speak of. But on the flip side, there are a lot of black women that end up with another race simply because black men don't want her, which is unfortunate. Who told you that? Who specifically? Because like I said before, and I keep going over this time and time again, there are far more black men and women together versus black men and women that are in interracial relationships. I don't understand, like, when I specifically hear these type of conversations happening online, and black women are saying this. I don't know where black women are looking, because it's like it seems as though that black women ignore black men that are actually in relationships with black women. They tend not to count those, but they make sure when the NFL draft and the NBA draft show up, it's like, oh, look at these young black dudes. Look at that 22-year-old that's with that white girl directly on his arm. Look at how happy he is. Look at him sitting up there smiling. But so we're going to overlook the black men that are there with their black wives and black family. We're going to overlook those guys. We're going to overlook all of the black NBA players that are married to black women and engaged to black women. We're going to overlook all of those. Come on now. I'm like, yo, just like I would be fine if you had a lot of these women out here that be like, yo, they just feel better just dating other dudes. All right, cool. You said that without having to say anything negative about black dudes at all. I'll be fine with that. But the moment in time that you be trying to do this and you got to pedestalize your point by talking negative about black men, it's like, yeah, you're looking kind of lopsided right now. It's not even the math. It's not even mathing. Next one after that, underneath said, the only white person I hang with is my boyfriend. I'm definitely pro-black. Okay, you got it. Oh, Jesus Christ. You got it. Like I said, I tend not to debate this stuff no more. I tend, if a black woman is like, yo, she got a white boyfriend or whatever, and she said that she is pro-black, you got it. You got it. Because on the same token, if a black dude said that he got a white girl in his arm and he's pro-black and for the black community, every black woman out here is going to clown him. Let's just matter of fact, not even just black women, black dudes are also going to clown him as well too. Let's just keep it 100. That's exactly what's going to sit up there and happen. Black people have specifically told black men that if you are with anybody else that is not black, that you are not for the community, nor could you ever be for the community. But when it deals with black women being with white dudes or dudes of another demographic, they can still be pro-black and still uplift and do for the, like I said, like this whole it don't make sense. It don't make sense. If a black man is with a white woman, he hates himself. If a black woman is with a white guy, she loves herself. She found her king. She really, understands herself and understands love. I'm like, brother, it's crazy. It's like it's 100% diabolical. But so then we go to the other side right here, right? And for that part, I got to zoom this in for myself. The person said that, let me see. Yeah, they said, well, is that the same? Is that the same one? Did I put on there twice? Okay, yeah. So this is the same woman. She had another thing that she stated, right? So she said that she has a white boyfriend because of years she tried to find a good black man in her search. Most of them were abusers or with other nationalities. I have a future to be married one day, so I decided to go where I'm appreciated. I am not the type to put down my brother. I don't have time to waste. But you just did. Like this, that's the killing part that I don't understand. You can't sit up here and say that you're not going to put down black men, but within what you just said, you did. Right? You said that you try to look for black men, but you couldn't sit up there and find a good black man. How you can't find this, I have not a clue. And then within finding black men, you set up and said that all you found were pretty much abusers, and if they weren't abusers, then those men with other nationalities. Huh? The problem is you. If you are a black woman and all you run into is abusers, ma'am, I need you to sit up there and check your energy. Like, that is crazy to me. That is what all you sit up there and run into is abusers? How? How, like, do you just like what is it, like Abusers Anonymous? What do you knockdowndragout.com? Like where are you going where those are the only black men that you've nobody questions? This is so irritating. Yo, this is so irritating, dog. This is so irritating. Like I said, it like the tiring part is I don't understand how a lot of women can take the point of view of that, like they've tried, but then you consistently run into the same types. Those types of men have always existed no matter the race. The problem is your energy. The problem is what you're specifically putting out there and what that is attracting. And this goes back to what I said earlier about how a lot of women don't find or deem or see themselves as the problem. Because it's easy to sit up there and say, men, they're the problem, they're the problem, they're the problem. But it's like, ma'am, have you ever did any work? Are you actually healed? Are you still holding on to any residual negative energy that deals with any types of, relationships, either family related or relationship related? Like this is just, this is wild. That's all you run into. And then magically, if you find other black men that are not that, then they're just with women of other races. Huh? How do you just end up finding those men? Because those men should just be focused on the women that they're with. That don't even make sense. So, this is just all over the place sometimes. Like a lot of times, like, stuff don't be making sense. And I swear that, you got folks out here that don't pay attention. Like they just do not pay attention to the stuff that they write online. They just think that they really got it, that they did it. And I'm like, no, you didn't. you need to take down what you wrote, because you sounding real crazy out here. You going back and forth, with the statements that you sitting up there making. It's not gelling correctly. Then that goes right back to the previous comments that did I read these off? Let me see. No, actually, matter of fact, I didn't even read off these comments. So let me just highlight these real quick, because I think I was supposed to read these off, but I forgot to, right? So this had to, I think, do with the exact same video as well too, or it might have had to do with the other women with the videos, the other black women up there. But anyways, you got one woman up top. She said, oh yes, of course, non-black women have such an easier dating life than us black women. Actually, when they date our men, they instantly get loyalty, kids, marriage, and flowers, everything. But with us, they refuse to treat us like human beings. The thing that needs to happen is that when any of these women happen to speak, somebody needs to create a panel and bring those women directly on a show, because I need to see these women and I need to understand. An analysis needs to be done on where is it that they look for the guys that they seek. Because for whatever reason, every time online, I kid you not, I see black women say the same thing. Like, yeah, These black men, they sit up there and do it. They always just sit up there and cheated on me. They've always treated me like I was subhuman. They always treated me like I didn't sit up there exist. Yeah, they always never loved me. I'm like, dog, you're the problem. You're attracting these types of dudes because that's all you see. It's like you say that you want good dudes, but you're not actively, switching your energy around in order to attract that. You're attracting everything negative because that's all you want to believe in. And not only that, you surround yourself with women who also have that negative energy. So you could be, I put it to you like this. You could be a woman right now who is neutral. Right, you're not either or. You don't got too much or too little. Everything is just equal across the board when it deals with your energy. So you could probably much get like a balanced plate. But if you surround yourself with women that always talk negatively about black men, see black men negatively, all they deal with is negative black men, that's going to just flip all of your energy, and you're going to attract and get the exact same men that those women get. And now you're going to be stuck in the exact same emotional conundrum as the rest of them, making the exact same complaints. Because it's crazy to me that people say that we do got black men out here, but magically every black woman runs and has the exact same story when it deals with black men. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. Like that does not make sense. Like that's crazy to me. So the next person, dear Lord. The next person said, I mean, starting from middle school, black men bullied us for don't you mean like black boys? It wouldn't be black men. Wouldn't that be a little bit weird if men were bullying you in middle school? I need people to get their words together. I mean, starting from middle school, black men bullied us for our hair and skin tone. So this is definitely true. I'm with a Hispanic who bends over backwards for me. Brother, I want people to understand. I don't know why it is that you got black women and people always want to tell black men like, oh, stop living in the past. You guys are still worried and focused on stuff that happened in middle school and you're 30 something years old. These women are clearly that exact same age, but they're online talking about some stuff in middle. You're not over this right now. Do you know how many times I done got like teased and whatnot by black girls in school? All right. What welcome. Everybody has been directly through that. Welcome to the side of the bar. How are you doing? What would you like to drink today? Like, that's crazy. Like you're trying to frame this as if you're the only ones that go directly through this. Young black boys sit up there and tease other black boys about either skin complexion, facial features, hair textures, whatnot. It just happens in general. Like this is just what normally happens. It's not something that is specific and only to black women or young black girls, however it is you want to sit up there and frame it. Like I said, like, the stuff out here is just stupid, man. It's just stupid. Like, just say that you want to date. You just always wanted to date a Hispanic guy. That's cool. No problem with that. Glory to the winner. No problem. Don't sit up there and try to bring black dudes directly into why it is that you selected what you selected. That's stupid. Another person underneath that said, the more my frontal lobe develops, I thought it was already developed. She said, the more it becomes clear that black men aren't not husband. Jesus Christ, the grammar. Aren't husband material at all. They got no provider instincts and are always asking, quote, what's a woman going to do for me like you? I could swear, don't women get online sitting up there talking about what are men going to do for them? How can men sit up there and provide for them? How many jobs is a man going to sit up there and work so that a woman can afford to be on a yacht, get her a Mercedes, a Benz, help her become an entrepreneur? All this other type of like invest directly into her, pay off college debt. Like what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? The only thing that I learned online is that both parties say the exact same things to each other. But for whatever reason, women are like, no, we're the only, we horribly get picked directly on. And men are always asking us these questions and we never ask men anything. Liars. Straight lies, straight fabricators out here, fabricators. And then the crazy part is that the same person came back and even wrote more stuff. Lord have mercy. So underneath that, she was like, I never met a group of males that doesn't like to provide for their women as much as black men. Lord have mercy. Yes, I know it's not all of y'all. All of y'all, but The more I get older, the more I see the pattern. I just don't see myself ever settling down with a black guy. Seems like duh. I don't even know what that was supposed to be. Seems like this is all. I think that's what it was supposed to be. Seems like this is all y'all be having to offer these days. Oh, talking about community poll. Seems like that's all that black men have to offer these days. That seems like you're sexualizing black men and only putting them in a certain box, and you are making it seem like that's the only thing that we can provide black women. If that was a white woman that did that, I could have sworn people would say that that white woman is fetishizing black men and hypersexualizing black men because of their body parts and not looking at them or deeming them as human beings. But she just clearly did that. Okay. And she said, it seems like it's always, quote, what do women got to offer me instead of what can I do to make my woman's life easier type of mindset. You know, the craziest part is I never heard a woman get online and say, what could I do for my guy to make his life easier? Because the main situation that always, not situation, the main quote that always gets stated is happy wife, happy life. What's the reverse of that? Because I've never heard it. I've never heard of it. Nobody can even give that directly to me because it doesn't exist. Women don't get online talking about how can they make their boyfriend or their husband's life easier since he's working directly for them, risking life and limb, putting his body, you know, through all types of physical labors in order to make sure that she can what, be a stay home and just do whatever. Like I said, it's crazy. It's just a whole bunch of complaints directly out here, and people are using this type of nonsense to justify, oh, this is why I date who not whoever. Just date whoever it is. Like, yo, this is coming from a black dude. Like, yo, if you're a black woman out here and you just want to date guys of a different race, just date dudes of a different race. Like, stop trying to sit up there. Oh, black men are bad, 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 and this is why I'm dating out. No, date out. You're dating out because you just wanted to date out. You're dating out because you want to, like, I'll put it to you like this. I have never, and this is it's within the exact same bounds, but I have to use another example. That's like a black dude saying that he became gay because of black women. I've never heard of it. I've yet to sit up there and hear fields of black men out here talking about, oh, the reason why I'm gay is because of black women. No, that has not happened. But I've heard black women say that though. I've heard black women sit up and say, "Oh yeah, you know, I'm gay because of black men and what it is that they did, and all this other the history of black men and all that things stemming from slavery." And that's what you always hear. Like I said, this type of stuff is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like it doesn't make any type of sense at all. Like I said, if you want to date a dude outside of your race, just do that. That's all you have to sit up there and do. You don't have to sit up there and talk about black men in a negative light in order to, you know, do that. Hold on, give me 1 second. Think something came to the door. All right, incorrect. I guess that was for my neighbors across the way. But yeah, like I said, just do what it is that you want to, you know, sit up there and do, right? So last but not least, we have one more at the very bottom. Not sure if you can see it. Person has Goku as their picture. She said, I'm 25 and haven't dated a black man since I was 19, as if that was forever ago. I started dating my current boyfriend and he's Arab. I have wanted for nothing and he treats me like a princess. Trust me, leave black men alone. So somebody that doesn't can I just highlight this one real quick? Let me where's that at? I gotta take down that sticker. How do I do that? Because that is wild. Now I gotta find where is the sticker. Let me see media assets real quick. Let me just mark that down. So the one that you see at the very bottom, and this is what I try to tell to a lot of women directly out here. All of the videos that I basically showed you where you have black women up here talking about black men negatively, you had somebody who was 19, more than likely hearing a lot of this rhetoric, and now she's 25. She sat up there and said that she ain't dated black dudes since she was 19. So let me see. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 7 years. She dated one guy, and after that one guy, she was like, up, no more. I'm not trying anymore. There's no reason because all these black guys are the same. I'm going to go elsewhere where I'm appreciated. And I'm 25 now, and now I'm dating an Arab guy, and everything is great. Everything is love, and everything is life. Oh boy, if that Arab boy if the Arab guy is Muslim, good luck. Good luck. Because I got a video of a Japanese woman who sat up there and dated and I think got married directly to an Arab dude, Muslim dude, and she was out there protesting because of how she was getting treated. So, like I said, a lot of women don't even know or understand the inner workings of a lot of these things. Also, to note, I have yet to sit up there and see fields of black women being accepted into Arab families. I'm just going to let y'all know that right now. Black dudes are not even getting accepted into Arab families. Case in point, like I said, born and raised in Detroit, I did not sit up there and see gangles of black dudes dating Arab girls or Chaldean girls and getting accepted into these Arab communities. That no. If you got Africans telling their kids, you better not sit up there and bring a black American home, like they're not going to sit up there and accept that. What do you think that the Arabs are going to say? Arabs don't even like Africans. And you really sit up there and think that this is, you know what? You know what? Everybody's different out here. She got it. She got it. I just, all I know is I'm not trying to hear no crying. I don't want to see no videos on social media of her like whining or saying this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. Like, it is wild. It is wild. It is wild. Let me tell you something. I do not understand it at all. That's Jesus Christ. Like I said, a lot of black folks, they need to do a lot of work. They need to do a lot of inner work. They got to figure out a lot of things directly out here. And I'm talking about specifically for black men and black women directly out here. Because a lot of y'all are lost. So many people think that because they see the image of, let's say if black dudes, if they see the image of a black dude just living life and everything looks great, everybody think that that's going to be the same result. Don't be stupid enough to think that whatever another black man is doing, that's going to be the same result for you. You are not that black man. That black man is not you. His lived experience is not going to be your lived experience. How people treat him is not how people are going to automatically treat you. Everybody is different. Everybody will have their different experiences. Right? Just like that black man's money who is enjoying life is different from your money as being a black man. Like I need people to start, being in reality. In the same exact thing that I'm saying for black dudes, same exact thing I'm saying for black women. But like I said before, I can't really sit up there and have conversations with a lot of black women out here because people ain't trying to hear it. Because even going by the comments that I highlighted, you got folks out there sitting up there saying that, oh, black men, you can't check us and all this other type of stuff because you can't even lead yourselves and all this other. And I'm like, all right, cool, no problem. So when black men are like, yo, I'm going to step back, you got it yourself. Now black men are the problem because now we don't want to try to protect black women. We don't want to try to do this and do that. But I'm like, you just said that we can't lead. You said we can't even lead ourselves. So why should we be trying to check in on you and make sure everything is good and try to tell you? Like, the mixed messages, the mixed messages out here is crazy. But the mixed messages out here is crazy. Wait, what? Wait a minute, I'm completely confused. Who? Yeah. Wait, who are you talking about? Whose page is feminine? Wait, what? I'm a little bit. Wait, what is even going on here? Let me see. Heart is pure intentions to begin with. Your page sounds like you were feminized. What in the blue hell is even going on here? I'm not even gonna try to figure that out. It just seems like this person is just talking. What? Wait, let me see. First of all, dog, this ain't even. I need people to start putting their shirts on, dog. Like, Jesus Christ, like this is not like MySpace or whatnot or whatever. I don't even know why people still pulling up to the scene on social media like this. Obviously, that's somebody that's young. I'm not even going to sit up and pay attention to it. Somebody said that if you don't like Earth, don't procreate. Wait, what? People just saying anything. All right, I'm about to just pack up some people here. Just gonna sit up there and back some people up on my end. I mean, y'all probably already did it on y'all end, but you know, it don't show up on over here. Sham said, millionaires go after the family and children, and those are the same folks who created the Gestapo and then turned around and robbed the very idiots that voted for them. Yeah, the money was like, we are doing the Lord's work. Sham said, nah, he was saying all kinds of racist ish, and that black women are this, that, and the third. Oh, you talking about the Brendan? Let me just get rid of him on my end, so I don't have to see him now. All right, just pack that dude on up on my end. Yeah, because I was sitting up there just like focused on the other page because I got to read because the way that I got it set up on my end is that the view that y'all have, I can't really see all not the comments. I can't really see the picture that I got directly up there, so I have to go over to another screen so I could just specifically have the image directly up there. So yeah, I got him directly about it here. Let me see. I'm not with anyone because all I guys get. Okay, with it with that part, I get what Tippy is saying, and she does have a point. She is correct. A lot of dudes out here do get turned off by women who are virgins and who are waiting for marriage. That's factual. She's 100% correct. She's not lying about that. It's within the exact same thing that I said before that, and I've told people this many times. When I was a virgin back, and this was like, what was I, like 19, 20, I had women of my exact same age range that was like, that's cute that you're a virgin, but come back to me. I literally had a woman tell me like, yo, that's cute, but come back to me after you lose your virginity. And I'm like, huh? So I'm like, I ain't never heard nothing like that before. I'm like, okay, so I just go out here and do something real quick and then we can have a conversation. I'm like, that's a thing. I'm like, you can do that. So yeah, Timmy is correct. And I've stated that before. You got a lot of folks out here that do not like virgins. She is 100% correct. She is not lying. I have been, I like, yo, during that time frame, I was turned down fields of times, just off of the strength that I was a virgin, just off of the strength that nobody had to sit up there. If you were to do something with me, we didn't have to go out there and get a my chart. We didn't have to go out there and do an STD check because I was never with nobody. But like I said, you got a lot of women out here that are like, I don't really care about that. I would rather take the risk of somebody having an STD and having to go do a my chart and get checked up versus being with a virgin. That's the most backwards ass thinking. Like that still baffles me to this day. And within the exact same extent, now for the reverse end, what happens is that with guys, they feel as though that, you know, if they deal with a woman that's a virgin, that, you know, there's going to be a lot of feelings there. And there will be. There is going to be, you know, feelings there because that's that whole bonding that people talk about, right? Because if you have a woman that has never been with anybody, the first person that she comes in contact with, there is going to be a bond there. And a lot of dudes are fearful of that because they're like, yo, that's a lot of responsibility. It's like, yo, I ain't trying to slip up. I'm not trying to, like fail. I'm not trying to, let that person down or whatnot or whatever. The main respect that I would give the fear is the fact that they don't want to let that person down. So if they have that instance that it's like, yo, I may let this person down, so I'm not going to do it. That part I respect, because you're like, yo, I'm just going to leave that alone. Right. I'm just going to sit up there and leave it to the side. I'm just going to leave it alone because maybe that guy just is not the one. That part I respect, because you're not going to put, that woman through like all of that pain and all the other type of stuff. Right. But like I said, this is the world that we are, clear cut in. Because I can sit up there and safely say, during my extent, back during that time, the first time that it happened, the one person I was with, automatically I had an attachment directly to. And it was an ultra letdown when that person, in a sense, did not feel the exact same way. And I'm like, damn, I thought we had some here. I thought we had a moment here. I thought someone was going to be, directly, built from that. I mean, of course, hindsight is 50-50, looking back at it, that was obviously, the wrong person for a great many of reasons. There was multiple red flags there, but it be like that, when you are, that young and you have all of these emotions and all of the other type of stuff, you're not looking at red flags. You're skipping past everything into like, yo, this person gave me a shot, gave me a chance. Maybe things could actually sit up there and work, and things failed. It'd be like that, So like I said, this is why I honestly sit up there and tell people that, when it deals with situations and stuff, I can sit up there and point out my part where I made the mistake. Within that instance, I'm the one that made the mistake. So like I said, it's easy. It's that simple. Like I said, I just wish when it deals with these conversations that you have a lot of other women out there that would be forthcoming and actually be that honest. But people don't want to do that. They want to be like, nah, somebody else is at fault. Somebody else is the problem. Like I said, it's crazy. Like, what was it? Let me see. Tippy said, thank you, Seji. D Money said, waiting for marriage is a red flag. LML. Rabbit said, I can't stand men who have profile pictures of themselves shirtless. They always tend to have weird body shapes. Oh man. Third Eye said, women hate men who are virgins. Exactly. Right. Tippy said, I don't want to have a high body count. That is understandable. That is respectable. D Money said, women don't like virgins either, right? Tippy said, maybe I'm just a different type of black woman that don't follow what people do in society. I mean, yeah. True. You said do on society. Yo, that typo is crazy. You also said plus you said guts don't come up to me because I don't look like a this woman with the whole baddie said, dear Lord, Tippy, you would be talking about an anime. Oh Lord, this woman here, I swear to goodness. Blair said, even black people are tired of black people. Actually not. Let me see. Sam said, I don't think people take rejection to let me not misinterpret. He said, you don't think people take rejection to internalize it into trauma, rather than just take it as rejection and move on. Yes, it can hurt. We are humans, but it's part of dating. That is true. Timmy said, guys don't come up to me because I don't look like this woman. I swear to goodness. She does this every live stream. Oh my goodness. D Money said, and the Lord is tired of you. They done packed up the Blair Witch and got him out of here. D Money said, Tippy, I suggest that you start approaching men then. Tippy said, Mo, so I shouldn't be a virgin. Shem said, I think a lot of women need a therapist. It's to build confidence and worth, and then at the same time undo some of those behaviors that led to trouble. Well said, Tippy. I didn't say that. You're just not going to marry because you don't date anyone to be married. D Money said, Tippy, what do you look like? But yeah, it's like like I said, man, it's a lot of stuff directly out here, and there are people, like I said, for a field of the women that I've showcased the videos of today. I swear to goodness, just within my perspective, I feel as though that a lot of those women there have specifically searched for and spent time with the wrong types of guys for the wrong reason. I'm just gonna highlight this woman right here as being Exhibit A. I feel like she just was around the wrong type of guy. Matter of fact, there was a comment that she made. Let me see if I can go back and highlight that. Let me see. Where was that at? Not all of that stuff. Yeah. Let me highlight this. So y'all see the one woman here, right? Matter of fact, let me just highlight the whole thing, because I'm not even gonna, because I just want everybody to keep directly on track. That was another comment that I meant to highlight versus the other stupid one that she said earlier. So let me go to this one. I gotta take something down real quick. Let me see. Take that down. Put that up. Oh, I still can't do it, brother. What? That is wild. Let me take down these other pictures. I actually had a lot of pictures up here. Come to think about it. All right, there we go. So all of those pictures are down. So I think y'all should be able to see. You might have to turn your cell phones sideways. But two comments up there, right? Back to her question, like, what do women get directly out of it or whatnot, whatever that she said, right? And one woman said the answer is we don't benefit. Some of us don't even benefit from having male relatives around. Laughing out loud and romantically is still a gamble. I've given up on dating them, meaning black men in the community. Most of them don't bring value, skills to the equation to improve anything, and they lack emotional control. So having them around can be frightening, right? And the creator, the woman that you see directly in front of you, she said this. Thanks for that comment. This has been my experience as well. Having a man in my house was the most dangerous thing I've ever done, and that includes my father, cousins, husband, boyfriend, and son. Brother, how is it possible? How I need somebody to make this make sense. Let me just actually zoom this in. Because now this is when I gotta zoom this in. Because you mean to tell me that as a black woman, every single man that you have come into contact with, so your father, your cousins, your husband, your boyfriend, and son, all of them are a danger to you? Word? No, I need to see where these people live, because this is I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before. I have never seen this, and I can tell you that men spend more time around men than women do with men. I can promise you that. Like we're going to like baseball games. We sit up there and do sports. We play video games. We sit up there and fight. We spend more time around each other than women do with men, right? So I'm just trying to figure out. At no point in time, and again, men are combative with one another. Like we can get highly aggressive, right? Going back and forth, and words can turn into fights and all this other type of stuff, right? How is it possible that you're listing every male in your family except for like your grandfather, which more than likely is not even around, but I'm pretty sure if he was alive, you would put him up there. You listed your father, cousins, husband, boyfriend, and son. All of them are a danger when they were in your house. You were just frightened. You were just scared. You were just terrified. They were all threatening your life. Brother, how? Like, this is crazy. Shan was like, it says you know about my relationship with my father. He was crazy from his childhood trauma, and I had to cope with that type from him as a child and went to therapy as an adult. Yeah. Yep, I remember you talking about that. Like, that is wild. Like, even so, your son is a danger to you as a black woman. Your son is a danger to you. Your husband and your boyfriend is a danger. Your father, like I said, this is when it gets to the point where it's like, dog. At this point, if you're listing basically every single thing about black men out here is just like a negative, and you magically can't see or find, just go date somewhere else. Just go date somewhere else. Just retire this whole conversation and just move on to talking about other groups of men out here and how great they are. Talk about their cultures and their language. Just fixate and focus on them. Just deal with something, because this right here is crazy. Because I wouldn't even know where to even specifically like start. Because never at a point in time can I ever list that my mother was afraid of me. I cannot even list a moment of time that my mother ever looked at me and she was like, "Yo, I'm afraid of myself." I can't even give you anything. And this woman is like, "Yeah, she was afraid of her. She's afraid of her own son." Brother, you failed as a parent. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, dog, you talk about you had a husband too, and you had a boyfriend, brother. I don't even know how to even break that one down. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even know how to sit up there and break that down. Like, that is crazy. Like, Lord have mercy, dog. Like, you just move to a different country. But the craziest part that I've seen is that, and I've talked about this before, even within the comments that I've highlighted, where women are talking about they're with these men of other races and they've been with them for years, those women are still up here talking about black men. They're still fixated on. I'm like, that don't make, brother, that makes no sense. You're with whoever, you're married to this dude of another race. Glory to the winner, right? You're married to this dude of another race, and you got your biracial kids and stuff. You're living happily ever after. Why would you still come back to content that revolves around anything dealing with black men? Why would you even be there? You should be past this. You should have been moved beyond this. But it's like y'all still come back in order to share in this type of like trauma bonding, kumbaya, campfire type stuff. Like, it's weird behavior. It's weird behavior for the folks out there that always like to say that they are the most emotionally intelligent and competent directly out there. I'm not seeing it in a lot of these trauma bonding conversations and in these comment sections. I'm just not seeing it. If you went to where you talk about that, you're going to go where you're appreciated, where you're happy. If you're in that space, why come back to a place that's going to remind you of being unhappy? It's like, what? Like that? Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. This man most said I wouldn't be afraid of a 5'2", 117-pound guy either. I said, you know, shade. That's crazy. That's some diabolical work. But yeah, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Let me tell you. Sham said, I agree. And what I see, the trauma bond is reinforcing PTSD behaviors that should be treated. They making the situation worse. Yeah. And from all of this stuff, and this is the other problem with that too, Sham, is that the fact that when you got a lot of these folks out here with let me see, let me go back to this lady here. We got a lot of these women out here, like this woman like this, and all they do is talk negatively about black men. That also reinforces the whole thing of like black women deciding to go out there in public, and now they got attitudes. Now they got like a type of face and all this other type of stuff. Like, I know some black dudes out here that don't do nothing to nobody. Like, they just keep directly to themselves. And they specifically state that, yo, when they're at work, it's like, even if they want to, you know, say something to like the black women that are there, like maybe like a hey, or maybe even ask a question, it's like the attitude or the face is already there. And I'm like, yeah, that don't make no sense. I'm like, that's wild to me. That I'm like, why? And I've told people that before, like even when I've gone out. And like I said, I try my best just to stay to myself. I try my best because, like I said, I be hearing all these conversations and all this other type of stuff. And again, I do try to separate a lot of stuff, but it comes to a point in time where, things that you've already experienced, you try, all right, let me just separate that from like the stuff that people are saying online. No problem. So then you go online, you hear people doing the exact same things. Like, all right, let me separate the stuff that people say online and just, focus on real life. And it's like everything is just there. And I'm like, it makes no sense. And you got people that come through here and they be like, no, black women don't have no attitudes. They don't have a face towards black men. It's just da 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 and all this. I'm like, no, and again, I've had conversations with black women who have specifically stated that when they go out and have interactions with black women, especially when they're at, let's say, customer service, black women are like, yo, they don't understand why these black women have attitudes towards other black women. So, like I said, it's not just black men sitting up there saying this, but black men get demonized for bringing this up. It's like it's a wild work. When other black women talk about this, people Stevie Wonder. Like nobody sees it, nobody hears it. It doesn't exist. Black men bring it up. Oh my God, you're demonizing black men. You're demonizing us, black men. You're demonizing us. You're talking about us in such a condescending way and tone. You're stereotyping all of us. This is not all of us. It's not the same. And rah. I'm like I said, we can't nothing gonna get done. Nothing's gonna get done. Like it's crazy. It is diabolical. Yo, Alex and Chef, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said, what is up, Seji? What is up to the chat? Stay blessed and healthy. Same to you too as well. Not much, just having a conversation. Wait, how long we been streaming? Because I cannot see the hours up there. Ooh, we've been up here for 3 hours. Word, brother. Wait, when did I start this live stream? Well, I think I did start this in the morning. So yeah, that makes that sounds about right. Did kind of start a little bit early. I'm used to seeing daylight turn into darkness right now because usually it's about 7 or 8 o'clock when I would normally do these live streams. Third, I said I stayed to myself because women here are loud and abrasive, so I stay home. Yeah, I get that. Like I said, I get that. Like I said, I went out. I normally try to stay to myself, and I'm not really sitting up there saying much. At one point in time, I used to, like, even if it was a woman in customer service, like sometimes if I saw a woman look like she was having a bad day, I would try to just like have just like a standard issue, conversation, like, how you doing, how your day going, and stuff like that. Try to just chip away at some of whatever the energy is and try to give some positive energy and stuff like that. And I'm like, I just learned my lesson. I'm like, no, you got it. I'm not going to do it no more. I'm like, I've done it far too many times throughout my life, and I've received the exact same result. And I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm like, I'm just, you got it. I'm just going to keep to myself. Just going to mind my business. Sham said, I'm saying that from experience. I do see a therapist 2 times a week. It's not healthy to think like that, that all black men are unsafe. It's strange how that trauma leads to racial hatred. Okay, they talking about something else. Sham said you got to talk about it, but look at how it affects the community. That woman is raising a child, and now her trauma becomes abuse to her black child. It destroys the community. Yeah. And that's the main thing that I've talked about before, that a lot of this stuff is going to have a negative effect directly on the kids, and the kids are going to be the one to basically pass that on to the next generation. Because in a lot of instances, women are the teachers when it deals with kids. Women are the teachers. So whatever, women basically feel or theorize or whatnot, whatever, they're going to indoctrinate those kids directly into that mindset. And those kids are going to carry that. But, when you try to tell people that, people don't want to pay attention. They're like, oh, you're just trying to blame black women for this. Well, if the fathers are there, I'm like, this woman literally stated that the husband, she had a husband and a boyfriend there. I'm not sure which one was the father of her son, but both men were at least there. She didn't say that the father of the child wasn't there. So I'm gathering that either one of those dudes was the father, and he was there. He was present at the time. but she stated that all of them were dangerous. And I'm like, all right, I don't know what to tell people no more. You know, when it gets to the end, and that's I just want to note this too. This is the most extreme case. Let me just go back to that comment that I highlighted from her. I just want to wait. Let me just give a bigger version of that. This is the most extreme case that I've ever seen. Well, technically not the most when it is, but in light of trying to say that every man that she's ever come in contact with, it doesn't matter. I'm just even going to throw coworkers up there just because. You got the coworkers, you got Tim the mailman, you got Bob the cable guy, you got the UPS postal man directly up there, you got the milkman, the orange juice man, you got the butcher, you got the dude catching the fish directly on the side of the road, and then the guy who might have did her roof 2 years ago, and then she's listing all the men in her family. All of them are just dangerous. I'm like, man, you either got two choices: either become a lesbian, you become some type of monk and you live out on the woods off grid, or you just date dudes of another ethnicity, you move to that country. Because like I said, I don't even specifically know what to tell people on that. Every man that you've ever known is dangerous, brother. It's you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's nothing else I can give you. Like I said, I got to beat a dead horse sometimes, and yeah, it's crazy. Mitch said not just the kids, but this type of stuff fuels the dating divide. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Most said, Seji, it's a shame if we can't be social with each other. Yeah, it is. It is. And I caught myself like one day where I sat up there and saw somebody trying to, go directly through a door. And normally I would get up and I'll be like, yo, let me sit up there and hold the door open for you. But I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing it no more. And I felt myself, it felt like it was like an eternal fight because I know how I was raised, but I also know what the perception of black men is. And I know how it is that, in a sense, people have viewed me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to risk it. If people are going to deem me a certain type of way, at least I'm going to stand still on my own accord, and I'll be the villain in that way. At least it's on my time that I'm basically considered the villain. It's not on somebody else's time while I'm trying to sit up there and fight an uphill battle and prove somebody wrong. So, like I said, I just got to that point. I'm like, if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose on my time. that's the way I look at it. Like I said before, it is what it is. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. Maybe things will be a little bit different, later on, but at least at this moment in time, yeah, no. And like I said, at least I can be honest about it. Because like I said, far too many times, like I said, you can just see stuff. And I'm like, whatever your thought is, I'm just gonna let it be that. I'm not even gonna question it. Because you got some dudes out here, they'll see a woman that'll have like a look directly at them as soon as they pull up, and they want to sit up there and start sparking the conversation. Like, yo, why you got a attitude towards you? I don't even care no more. I'm like, yo, just check me out real quick. I'm not gonna say nothing to you. You just do the ringing up or whatever it is, and then I just move on about my day. No more, no less. I'm not even going to invest no energy directly into it. Sham said, imagine you hate black men, but have a black son, and your self-hatred and hatred of that child becomes how you treat him. Now that child is self-hatred. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully I pronounced it right. I think, hopefully, please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Delia. I think that's pronounced like Delia. Delia said, let me just highlight that real quick. Delia said that I noticed that black women are aggressive with me, and I'm black myself, and it sucks. Yeah. My mom has told me fields of conversations when it deals with just being around other black women and how it is that there's this type of like attitude. And like I said, this is because I try to tell people a lot of the information that I get, I'm not receiving this by way of other men, right? I can speak for and look at certain things, but the greater majority of information that I received about women are from other women, right? And my mother being number one, because she works in a field that is pretty much women dominated, right? So again, and she's been a woman her whole life. Um, and it's like I hear all of these stories, and I'm like, I don't understand how black women would basically treat another black woman in a certain type of way, or just magically have an attitude, or try to be cutthroat, or do. It's like it doesn't make any type of sense. Like, it goes against the narrative that I see black women trying to spin online, which is like, oh, black women, we love each other. It's this sisterhood, we're always together. We're this and we're that. And I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, y'all are a bunch of liars. Because when you talk to black women who work amongst other black women, they will honestly tell you the truth about, how conniving and nasty a lot of these other black women out here are. And it's like, that shit, that's crazy to me. And I'm like, and that's the one danger about social media, where you have people that can try to like shift the narrative and always do, this type of victim thing. And I'm like I said, one of these days, my mom is going to be up here telling her side of things. Because too many times I done had women pull up and try to like tell me like, oh no, you're just a black man that hates black women. I'm like, all right, so when my mom say it, now what you want to say? So what was, so now I bet you the goalpost is going to shift to like, oh, that's, your mom is just male centered, and she's just against women, and this the goalpost is going to get shifted so quick. Let me tell you, it's going to make your head spin. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy out here. Sham said the other problem I see in these, matter of fact, I did have one more video. It's a classic one. Let me go back, because I forgot I was supposed to put that one directly up there and edit that one real quick. It's a goodie though. It's a classic, and it's a goodie. Let me see. I gotta zoom this in real quick, because certain words, are problematic. So you gotta make sure to zoom some of this stuff, directly in a lot of cases. Right. Let me see. Do that. And we're gonna add a nifty little background directly to it, because I like backgrounds. Shout out to Bob Ross. We're gonna add Mr. Squirrel. We're gonna add some trees. We're gonna give the water some friends. We're gonna add some rocks. So let me see, which one are we gonna add back here. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, so do that right there. And bring that a little bit inward. Yeah, gotta bring that in right there. Let me see, make sure. Okay, yeah. So that's perfect. Now I just gotta do the captions. That should take a few seconds to populate. Actually, more than a few seconds. Probably gonna take about a good minute. Oh, nope, it's actually running. But yeah, this whole thing is crazy, and this is what I said before, and I'm just going to reiterate and say it again. This is why therapy is needed, because the main people that are going to suffer the most are the kids. And it seems like a lot of the women that I see complaining online, they don't care nothing about the kids. They don't care nothing about the kids. And that's great. Let me just look over these captions real quick, make sure it's nothing too crazy. Directly out here. Let me see. Before I speak of, make sure it's black. Okay, I gotta make sure to edit that part out. Let me see. All right, do that. Because it's crazy. It's like people can have conversations, but people always got to curse. It's quite annoying. You got to do a lot of editing on that. All right, so we got that. And make sure, in other words, let me just look at this real quick. So my apologies if I can't read the comments right now. I got to make sure. Wait. Okay, there we go. All right, so we should be solid directly on that. Then I just got to port that, and we'll be able to hear that in technically possibly less than a minute. Let me go back to the comments real quick, see what y'all got up here. Let me see. Sham said, or it might be just picking up on that. Third Eye said, I used to suffer from chivalry too after years of battling and going cold turkey. I'm cured. Timmy said, those types of black women are mammies always praising evil white men. D-Bunny said, my mom schooled me on these harlots a long time ago. Yeah. Yep. Same here with my mom. Like I said, and this is why I love my mom so much, because she didn't just like try to set me up for failure by making me believe that all women out here are just great, are just awesome, and they're never gonna like I said, my mom always taught me about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Like I said, I love her for that still to this day, because a lot of other mothers out here, they ain't doing that. They're not sitting up there trying to tell their sons the bad or the ugly things when dealing with women out here, and how they'll get like tricked and lied on and all this other stuff. Like I said, it's always like this lopsided type of information that gets thrown to a lot of these young dudes out here, and this is how they be getting caught up in stuff. Delia said, I agree. Mo said, feminist and so-called independent women destroyed chivalry. Shem said, it's that survival behavior that we have to learn to turn off. We aren't surviving all the time. Being cutthroat and aggressive all the time and not being able to shut it off is a sign of a problem. Tippy, I love how you actually, out of all the time you've been here, you spelled my name so incorrectly. Tippy said, go look at the recent video posted under news and Discord when you have the time. It's sad. Okay, I got you. Third said, how many times as men we had our women come home complaining about a female at her job? Yep. I've been hearing stuff like that throughout my whole life. Matter of fact, I can even take it back to high school. I remember even listening to girls who started their first job, and they were either complaining about the supervisor, the manager, or other female coworkers. They weren't complaining about the guys. They were complaining about other women, other girls. Like I said, people don't want to be honest about stuff. It's how the men are the problem. Men are the problem. I'm like, all right. When you work around, when you have an all female, like job where it's nothing but women, I don't want to hear no complaints. And you better not say everything. Better be sugar and gumdrops. Third Eye said Bob Ross never had people or animals in his paintings. I mean, no. He had he always had his pet squirrel. That's what I was like, referring to. No, but I think he might have he drew some birds. It wasn't like actual birds. It was, sort of like the little V, type of thing where birds are like flying in the sky and stuff like that. Alex said Pinky Pink, Lamo, never hear it called that. I'm here for it. Wait, Pinky Pink. Wait, what? I'm lost. I'm confused on that. Did I say that? That's crazy. Shem said another weird thing. Why does hatred for men lead to a prostitute mindset? That's facts. Like, you only date black men for money, but not companionship. I was raised different, so it baffles me, yo. Third Eye said, I tell you, if I ever hit the jackpot lottery, I'm hiring Seiji as my fact checker. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Mo said, welcome to the chaos at Alex the Chef. Oh, man. Wait, did I say that? Pinky Pink? Did I say that? I swear to goodness, if I did say it, I don't remember it. I swear to goodness, I don't remember. Let me see. What was it? Nate said Bob Ross drew birds all the time. Seagulls. Yeah. I knew it had to be seagulls. Tippy said whatever autocorrect is kicking my butt. Oh well. All right, so let me play this video. So what I want to sit up there and preface this by saying is, for a lot of the dudes here, just like what I would normally say, well, I forgot to say it in this live stream, kind of prepare yourself for, stuff just in case you haven't said it or you're not too privy to, hearing voices like this. So, just as a disclaimer, yeah. So let me just post this directly up here. It's a goodie. It's an oldie but a goodie. Oldie but a goodie, right?
Like, unless you're late perception, because like the goal of this conversation should be to like progress, right? Unless you're ladies that you don't want to deal with men at all, then we should talk about
We don't
that.
want to deal with black men at all.
I love all men and not black men. Just not black men.
Well, is there any women here who don't want to deal with men, period, or is it just black men, or is it a mixture?
It's just black men, and we actually want non-black men's help in these corrections that you speak of.
So what are the corrections that you're looking for specifically?
Force, because that's the only thing that's gonna work.
But I mean, what are you looking for black men to arrive at? A place of understanding of like, what do you want to see?
Well, we believe that there is no hope for them. That we don't believe in changing their minds. We don't. But I'm trying not to say what I really want to say because you're on stage. But if they could not exist, hey, we wouldn't be mad at.
I think for me, I want the coddling culture to kind of stop. I think they get validated a little bit too much and they're not held accountable as much as white men, Hispanic men, Asian men. Like, the legal system works in their benefit a little bit more than they think it does.
Right, and it cuts off right there. And the crazy part is listening to that last one sit up there and say that the legal system works in the benefit of black men. Since when? Black women don't have to worry about an exoneration rate because they've been getting framed for stuff since the beginning of time. That doesn't happen to black women. That's happened specifically to black boys and black men, and still to this day. So I'm like, where has the legal system benefited black men? Where? Like, black dudes get railroaded all the time. And I'm like, where are people? Where are these folks? See, like, what? And like I said before, you have a lot of open spaces like this where these women will specifically go, right? They will specifically go in order to talk to these white dudes. There'll be fields of them just all in the same room, clamoring, just slobbering, just waiting to talk to these dudes, just so they can say something negative about black dudes. Like, yeah, we need your help. We need to formulate Voltron and the Brotherhood, in order to sit up there and go after these black men. Because something needs to be done. And she was like, "Well, it'd be great, if those black dudes can no longer just be here, then that's great. There's no skin off our back." I'm like, you do realize that if we're not here, then you're not really going to exist, because you realize that as a black woman, if you procreate with any other man, your child is of that man. Your child is going to be mixed race. You're not going to be able to be like, oh, well, my child is still a black woman. No, it's not. Oh, I had a son. Well, that child is still a black man. No, it's not. That's a mixed race man. And it's up to him on whatever he decides that he specifically is. Because usually the son is going to come out looking like the father. So that's even more reason to sit up there and be able to say that child is more so of the father than of you. Like I said, it's crazy out here, man. You can't tell nobody nothing. You can't sit up there and tell these folks nothing, man. Like that is ridiculous. Like that is, I've never, out of all of the groups that have gotten together, this is the first time that I've seen stuff like, I'm talking like historically, like, yo, this is like stuff like this is wild. But like I said, this is why I love the fact that people will tend to record and tell directly on themselves. I'm glad that these spaces exist. I'm glad that this stuff is not hidden. So therefore you can put it directly into people's faces, and all of the people that normally want to naysay about stuff like, oh, it doesn't exist, and this is, now when they got to see it, now they don't got nothing to say. Then people start turning dead silent. I'm like, oh, what happened? You had all this stuff to say, you had all of this defense, but now you don't got nothing to say when you can actually hear women that sound just like you Just like you. Now you can hear them directly talking to these dudes and basically saying that, yo, we need something to happen to get these black dudes up out of here. That's wild. That is wild. So, like I said before, and I'm going to repeat this again. If we ever think about the Tulsa, like massacre and Greenwood and Rosewood and all these other type of places, right? In any of these areas where black towns and cities have been burned down or turned into to rivers and ponds and whatnot or whatever, I want y'all to understand that there were women like this. The women that you were able to hear in this video, there were women like that enjoying the fact that those black towns and cities were getting burned down. They were right there. They were right there. Because don't sit up there and think for a second that this is something that just started. This is something that's always been there. It was just hidden. Like I said, that's some wild work, man. Wild work. Third Eye said those white guys that be talking can't even walk past the peanut butter aisle, but they think that those white men are going to put black men in our places. Alex Chef said you can't handle the sun, but they're supposed to handle us. Tippy said, I really think that white guys are jealous of black men. I mean, well, I do got some books directly on that, and Tippy, you would be correct. Even though, normally if the view count was higher at this moment in time, you would have a lot of naysayers. I mean, I guess because we started banning people. They're not bringing in their friends and their family and their little dog. So, you're not going to really have a lot of naysayers to, try to counter the argument on that. But yeah, with the books that I have directly upstairs, yeah, that's been a case. And at the live stream at a moment in time, I do have some other books that I'm supposed to get. I do have some other books, so yeah. What else we got directly here? Mo said, has anyone ever seen the Wit Man actually fight a brother in honor of his black queen? No. Nope. Not at all. D Money said, Tippy. That's crazy. Those are not Tippy's people. Tippy, trust me. D-Money, one thing I can tell you, Tippy is nowhere, like, with all like jokes aside and stuff, Tippy is nowhere close to any of these women that I've ever showcased on this platform. Not at all. I can sit up there and tell you that with 100% certainty that she is nowhere close to that at all. Let me see, what was it? What was it? How far back? Oh, actually, I caught up. Okay, yeah, we're good. We actually caught up. This woman here, Lord have mercy, Tippy does it every time. I swear y'all been. I swear to goodness, y'all been doing this since. Oh my goodness, I can't even give you probably what, but like 3, like you and Gail. I swear to goodness, I can't take y'all nowhere. Oh my goodness, that's exactly why my camera's off. That's exactly why. Oh man, you and Gail, I swear to goodness, every time. I kid you not, y'all do this every time. Oh my goodness, that's exactly why you laughing, because y'all be doing this on purpose. Y'all be doing this on purpose. I swear to goodness. Hilarious. Hilarious. Hold on one second. All right, I'm back. Had to sit up there and pick up a package at the door real quick. All right. Yo, what is up, Sonny? What is going on? What is going on? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is happening? I thought I said you throw a bag of peanuts in a crowd. White people, half of them are going to go down via a allergic reaction. As if you threw a military pineapple at a man, crazy. Oh my goodness, as well. Alex said I hear a lot of them don't wash their legs. LMAO. It'd be like that. It's be like that. This man said I'm talking about Tippy's white brother. This is crazy. Oh man, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. But yeah. Oh my goodness. Like I said, we can always sit up there and have some funny moments here. Let me tell you. No matter how serious the situation, it's always some funny moments. Let me see. I think I got 2 videos that I was going to throw up. Yeah, technically, I got 2 videos I didn't specifically put up. I got one from the 12th and one from the 13th because I put all the other videos up in front before I actually put up that other video. So yeah, we got some videos to actually put up as well too. I think technically some other ones as well that I was working on before the live stream, I want to say. Also, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to all the folks that pulled up to the previous video that I put up about 13 hours ago, basically early today. And also shout out to the folks that pulled up to the previous live stream after. Because I think it's actually at like 9K right now. So again, shout out to a lot of y'all folks, pulling up to that live stream. I actually got more views off of the live stream than the previous videos I did. It's like, dang, maybe I might have to do more live streams technically. Might have to do a little bit more of those. Let me check these numbers real quick. Let me look. Because I like looking at numbers. So we're about close to like 3K. If I'm looking at this, 3.5. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Again, shout out to everybody who pulling up to these live streams. Shout out to y'all. Much love, much love, much love. Let me tell you. Let me look on the other side real quick. See how we looking. Actually, the original channel has a lot more, which is funny. Like I said, it's never consistent. Let me tell you something. It is never consistent with any of these channels. It's either one or the other. It's never like eyes. You're getting the exact same thing on both channels. It's always different. That is wow, Tippy, you gotta Lord have mercy, woman. You gotta Tippy. Oh my God, Tippy, you have to be very careful with words that you use, ma'am. Lord have mercy. Gotta be very careful with words, Tippy. Very, very careful, because that could be very much problematic. Very much problematic, Tippy. Lord have mercy. This woman here. Lord. Oh man. Let me see. Mo said free ticket book from yesterday's live stream. Wait, what ticket book? Let me see. Tippy said I'm not biracial. Lord have mercy. Y'all still on this biracial thing? But anyways, how's everybody doing? Let me just do a quick check-in. How's everybody doing? How's everything going? Let me know. On this Wednesday at this moment in time. Let me see. Oh my goodness, this woman. Lord have mercy. Oh man, this one was said the uppity place. Swear to goodness. Oh man, Lord have mercy. This one was still didn't sit up there. Oh, he said to take a book from the Bermuda Triangle. Tippy, I clearly asked. I was like, "Yo, how y'all doing?" You ain't even give a response. You sitting up here still talking about a whole different conversation. Oh man, Tippy always saying something crazy though. Every single time. Sitting up here just doing my check in to make sure y'all, living good. Everything is doing all right. Like I said, everybody got like bills and family stuff to sit up there and deal with, especially things going on with the economy and whatnot. So that's pretty much what I'm doing. Just making sure. Just checking in on you guys, seeing how y'all doing. The money says, see until I see proof. Tippy is one of those people. That's crazy. Bushido said, what's up, says you doing good, just working and listening to the live. All right, that's good. That's good. Hopefully everything is going great at work. Stuff of that nature. Like I normally sit up here and tell y'all the same way that y'all woke up and got to work. It's the exact same way that I want y'all to return, safe and sound and stuff like that. Tippy said, oh my bad. I'm doing fine. Yeah, that autocorrect is getting you. Let me see, because you wrote I'm going fine, but I know you wrote that I'm doing fine. I made homemade ice cream last night. Oh, that's dope. That is actually, I haven't made homemade ice cream since I was in middle school. So it's been like a long time. Alex said, did you put strawberries in it at Tippy? Gail said, I couldn't be married. I hate being monitored. Wait, so Gail, so you don't want somebody to just like look out for you or whatnot? Let me see. Most of the Tippy needs to go Miss Patches and make a mayo sandwich. He wants to Tippy puts raisin in a potato salad. That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, so Gail, what do you mean being like monitored though? Because like usually like most dudes ain't about to sit up there and just be like directly on somebody. Now it's different if you outside and it's like it's past like 12. Like that's different. Like any normal guy is gonna, be worried because like you're outside, it's late and stuff like that. Gail said, nah, it's a fine line between looking out for somebody and being too nosy. But see, this is the thing though. Like so this is what I'm trying to figure out. So Gail, if you were, let's say if you were married to a guy, so you're fine with like the guy just like always being out and like never being home. Like you're completely fine with that. Like that's like an all right thing. Like I'm just trying to figure out. Cause I'm like, if somebody is out at like 12 and like past 12 and whatnot, it's like for me, I'm going to be like, like worried. I'm like, yo, what's going on? What's happening? You know? I'm gonna be like, yo, are you okay? Are you safe? Like, where you at? All this other type of stuff. But oh, you talking about Scott? Oh, Scott Ives. You talking about the dude from Dilbert? The funny thing is, I was gonna do a video on that because I have I guess supposedly the last post or whoever basically posted it for him off his page. Gail said, nah, he ain't gotta be home, but why you running to the door for a package when you ain't order nothing? What he was talking about? Wait, are you talking about? Wait, I'm confused. Which conversation are we talking about? Are we talking about me actually going to the door, or are we talking about like you being married? I'm highly confused right now. I'm trying to figure out how to follow this conversation at this moment. But you said no, he ain't got to be home. If the dude ain't home, then he out there with somebody else. See, I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Now it's. I put it like this: it's different if people have like a. Oh, you talking about somebody being like a nosy mate? I mean, I don't know. Like the way I always told people is like I can be like either or. Like I can pretty much like like if somebody basically says like they don't care, then I'm just not going to care. It's like it's whatever. And it's like that's the standard that I'll pretty much keep it to. I'm not doing no more. I'm not doing like no less. So it's like, because the way I sat up there and told people before, I'm like, hey, if you sit up there, if something happened and it's your fault, it's like it's on you. It's like you can't expect me to put no emotions in it because you caused it. You allowed it to, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a little bit different when it deals with stuff sometimes. But again, that deals with the person. Like I can only give what other people give. Because it got to a certain point in time where it's like, I can sit up there and just like, give a whole bunch of like whatever, but it's like at the end of the day, is it going to be symbiotic? And if chances are it's not, then I'm like, all right, I'm just going to give the same energy that other people sit up there and give. What did he say? Tippy said, I'm sorry, but D Money started it. Tippy said I used the ice cream maker and it came out thicker than a milkshake. I mean, yeah, so basically it's that. Yeah, Sham, you gotta go to the hospital on that one. I would highly recommend you to go to the hospital on that one, reading that comment. Gail said, I'm just not made for cohabitation. I now declare myself a spinster. Now I gotta sit up there and look up these terminology. I remember the terminology, but now I gotta look up the terminology. Lord have mercy. Let me see. That's crazy. So the definition of a spinster is an unmarried woman, typically an older woman beyond the usual age of marriage. So the terminology came out around the 17th century, and it started picking up around the 1900s. So spinster or old maid is a term referring to an unmarried woman who is older than what is perceived as the prime age range during which women usually marry. It can also indicate that a woman is considered unlikely to ever marry. The term originally denoted a woman whose occupation was to spin. Ah, okay. So they added a little bit more directly in there. So it just had a further terminology a little bit later. I mean, well, if you feel like that is the way to go, then yeah, people know. Excuse me, people know better than I do. You know, like I said, I try to always look forward, even though I know people going to turn this into a whole nother thing. I try to, and say that everybody deserves a happy ending. And I automatically immediately know that Mo and D Money are going to turn it into something else, and that's not even what I mean at all. I'm talking about a silver lining at the end of the day, where people are just living the ideal dream life, and things of that nature. But yeah, for me, I never thought that it would be a negative if somebody's caring or looking out for you. But I mean, but I will sit up there and tell you, if people got different styles of relationships and stuff, that in a sense works. So whatever works is whatever works. Sonny says she's a spinster for how she circles the block. Most of this I gotta stay strong. The money with the still face. I knew somebody was gonna do it. Sonny was like happy ending. You let Ling Ling help you. Talk about a silver lining. People just, getting the life they want. Tippy said, "What is the next video subject?" Actually, there's not another video. I was just sitting up here chilling, just talking to y'all, just seeing how y'all was doing. That's all I was doing. Like I said, y'all always be spending time with me, and listening to me go on and talk about different topics and subjects. I was just sitting up here reading the comment section and just checking in on y'all, because y'all be checking in on me and just pull up to the videos of the live stream. So just trying to do the same thing in return. Just doing the same thing in return. That's it. But yes indeed. Yes indeed. I think technically at this moment in time, I'm probably just like tired. Yeah, that's probably it. Do I really have anything else at this moment? I don't think I do. Since Tippy wanted to ask me, do I have another video? I might, but it might be something different though. Let me see. Black men treat black women the worst. That was the lady arguing on the New York bus. That was the African that went to a rally. That was the AI videos. Chicago's Ninth Ward alderman Anthony Beals says the immigrants are getting $9,000 housing vouchers and food. Did we? I think we covered that before, possibly. See, I'm going through here. I mean, even though I do technically have that video, I think I did translate that video as best as possible. I could throw that up there because that does technically count. But it's more so on like the flip side of things. Because you have folks out there speaking specifically on different types of relationships. So yeah. Well, I'll put it up there. Let me see. Let me just make sure. Okay, that's not the version of the video I'm looking for. Let me see. Where is the translated version that I got? I didn't pull it. That's what it was. Let me go back. Where is she at? Let's see, because I had to put. Yep, there we go. So duplicate, rename. All right, let me export right there. All right. So export shouldn't take that long, about less than 10 seconds. 59, 68, 78, 89, and finish. All right, so this video right here, you're going to listen to this Hispanic woman basically talk about the relationship that she had and what happened there, right? Get that real quick.
Met acabo de llevar tremenda decepción con una mujer y claro, o sea, para mí que tengo toda la vida.
Wait, hold on, let me see. Okay, there we go.
Ok, hoy me acabo de llevar tremenda decepción con una mujer y claro, o sea, para mí que tengo toda la vida estando con mujeres, esto ya no es nuevo, ¿no? Pero hoy particularmente, que fue una experiencia particularmente mala, no puedo dejar de pensar en todas esas mujeres que siempre dicen, ay, me voy a meter a lesbiana porque es que los hombres no sirven, los hombres son malos. Mi amor, si ahí llueve, aquí no escampa. Mi amor, usted no sabe lo que dice, usted no sabe lo que es estar con una mujer. Las mujeres están locas. La mujer es peor porque las mujeres tienen más labia que los hombres y la mujer sabe lo que a ti te gusta porque ella también es mujer y entonces te ilusiona más rápido que un hombre. Y luego que tú estás ahí bien enganchadita, se comporta pero como lo peor de este mundo. El hombre, para que pierda el interés y para que te haga ghosting y te dejen visto, es como más difícil. El hombre siempre está ahí como un perrito faldero, ¿sabes? En cambio, las mujeres no, las mujeres son malas. Las mujeres después, o sea, ahorita una mujer puede estar abrazadita, currucadita contigo diciéndote que te ama, que eres el amor de su vida. Y a los 3 días te hace ghosting, te deja en visto, te bloquea así, de la nada. Mujeres que le gustan los hombres, pero que están hartas y decepcionadas de los hombres y que quieren estar con otra mujer. Ustedes no saben lo que ustedes están haciendo ni lo que ustedes están diciendo. Si ahí llueve, aquí no escampa. Las relaciones lésbicas van a ser tu trauma más grande. Si usted está traumado por un hombre, espérese que pruebe la mujer. Espérese. Ese es el verdadero trauma.
All right, so for that last part, we couldn't really get the translation part, but I did as best as I could, right? But the main thing that she was sitting up there saying that women, even being in a relationship with another woman, it's treacherous, even more so with versus being with like a guy, right? With a guy, it's pretty much basic. It's all this other type of stuff, but with a woman, they can excite you faster. They know you because they are a woman, and they'll sit up there and tell you like, they love you and all this other type of stuff. And then 3 days later, it's all this other type of drama. It's this gossip and all this other type of rah, 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 rah. And that goes back into what I said before. I'm like, a whole bunch of women, all these women out here making it seem like it's just so grand when women are in a relationship with another woman that you're not going to have any problems. You shouldn't be dealing with cheating. You shouldn't be dealing with liars and all this other type of stuff. But yet all this is proven is that people are people. It doesn't make a difference on if it's a man or a woman. Things are still going to happen because people are people. But if you have, a lot of women out here tell it, it's like, nah, men are this and men are that and all this other type of stuff and rah, 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 rah. Like I said, it's crazy. It's just, it's just fully crazy out here and it makes no sense. Wait, somebody said cats. Wait, hello, cats. I don't know. Ask SEIJI, I want a puppy. This man said, I'm American. I don't understand Mexican. This man. Tippy says she's saying that women are crazy. Yep. Sunny said that's her community. They have terms like this. Chimosa? I don't even know what that is. Tippy said that's true regardless of race. A certain type of women are loud and bad attitudes are going to argue over nothing. Yeah. Sunny said the people in her community gossip so much that they use 2 languages. Well, no. Her whole video was just in 1 language, and I had to find a translator to, pretty much try to translate as much as possible. So I at least hearing wise, I can hear some things in Spanish, more so the English words. So I was able to line up, as best as possible what she was saying with what was being translated. So, D-Money said that the lesbian marriages statistically have a higher divorce rate. Yeah, and like I said, they got high amounts of DV as well too. I've gone direct. Like I said, I tried to tell people before, like irregardless on, and I like saying regardless, irregardless of anything that I've normally talked about, and I've talked about pretty much everything. is that within those cases of those relationships, there's a lot of violence that takes place. Even going to female blog sites where they openly talk about their relationships being with other women of other races. It's like, yeah, like it's highly prevalent. It's just that women don't want to ever really talk about or mention that, and straight women are not going to mention that either because they're like, well, that has nothing. There's no way that we can fit men into that, so we're not going to bring it up. So we don't really care. But those are the same women that say that they care about all women, and especially if black women are going through something negative. But it's only they only care about it when it's profitable, when they can spend it and use it online in order to make some type of money. It's like, oh, a black man did this, look, we're going to sit up there and talk about this. But if a black woman did that to another black woman in a relationship, it's silence. Nobody's talking about, oh, we need the community to come out and speak about this. We need the community support, other women in these relationships. Nobody's saying that. Like I said, straight women are not out here trying to, march for women in lesbian relationships and look out for them and try to fight and uplift them and save them from their abusive partners. They're not trying to do that. If we keeping it a buck, they're not doing that. Well, I'm glad you are okay there, Gail. She said she caught something almost a week ago from an Uber driver. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you gotta be careful, also taking a lot of these cars because some people they don't really take care of their cars or clean them. And you got some people that be drivers and they be open mouth coughing. I'm like, dog, like, what is you doing? And then it's terrible when they open mouth cough and you're sitting right behind them. I'm like, you want to hit somebody. You want to fight the whole world at that moment. I'm like, man. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, if you got a cough, like open a window or something. Like, yo, that's crazy. Sam said, you know what's kind of crazy to me too is when you look at men in other cultures like Korean men, Black American men are saints. I don't know why black men get such a bad rap. The funniest thing, Sham, I still on quite a few hard drives. I got videos of Asian dudes molly-whopping men or women. I'm talking about they're molly-whopping their women in groups. And I'm like, you got black women out here sitting up there talking about like black dudes. I'm like, y'all must have never seen how these Asian dudes be sitting up there. They be sitting up there stomping the yard. If you ever seen a gang initiation, that's what that's looking like. You got one woman, she's sitting up there just getting stumped out. They just tap dancing, dancing in the rain, like it's looking crazy. And I'm like, so ain't nobody doing nothing about that? I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, wow. Like I said, I think I showed y'all that video that happened in Australia where the Asian woman where she was getting like just slapped around by the dudes in this by the Asian guys in this one business. And I think because that ended up making it to the news and it sparked an outcry, they were closed for a few. I'm like, that was crazy. Just seeing that video was insane. Tippy said, I am an introvert and shy. I'd rather not argue with you. Just walk away in silence and keep it to myself. Mo said, yep, watch plenty of police body cam videos of lesbian relationships involving DV. Yep. Sonny said, yeah, they call it chimosa when referring to someone gossiping, and I've heard them refer to the people known for gossiping as, you know what, I'm not really good at saying Spanish at this moment in time. So I ain't going to try to butcher it. You said shaking my head, don't ask. I got you. I was going to just say chichera, bone chichera. I'm not even going to try because I'm going to butcher it. Rabbit said for some reason South America has a lot of people directly in the community despite the large colonial influence of Christianity. Oh yeah, I see what I see what you're saying. Yeah. Because now that I sit up there and think about it, like some of the TV shows and stuff. Yeah, I see yeah. Oh, that also happens in a lot of Asian countries too. As well. Sonny said, I know this because they obviously gossip to me. This man. Tippy said a white guy recently took out his family because they kept interrupting him during the football game. You know what? And that was a story I just skipped over, and I did see it. I might do a video upon that. That was crazy. Gail Jones said that's what he did. He open mouth cough, and I just knew it was over. Yep. Yep. And I know exactly how you feel. You want to sit up there and fight the world. You want to fight the world at that moment. Trust me, I know. Oh boy, it takes a lot of willpower not to want to just sit up there and hit somebody. Because I'm like, we were raised to sit up there and not do stuff like that, and or at least even for me, like going to the schools that I went to, right? My black male teacher, it wasn't Mr. Johnson. It was the substitute teacher. I forgot that brother's name. No. Yeah, it was Mr. Johnson because he was the computer lab teacher. He sat up there and told us, he was like, yo, if you got to sit up there and cough, like you cough into your elbow, right? You get your elbow and you put your mouth directly there and you cough. You don't open mouth cough and you don't cough into your hand. If you open mouth cough, all of that is getting, you're putting that directly on the keyboards, on the computers, and the people around you, right? If you decide to sit up there and cough in your hand, whatever you touch, whatever bacteria you coughed, now it's in your hand and you're placing that whatever you touch now has that bacteria. So you're infecting everything, right? So, I always remember that, what he said up there and taught us. For me, more so, I cough directly into my shirt because I'm like, all right, well, at least that's a little bit of a filter. So if I'm wearing like, two shirts or a hoodie or whatever, shirt, hoodie, bow, I'll just sit up there and cough. Everything should be, fine. Sonny said if you have to cough, at least do your best to appear struggling to hold it. Yeah, I've had that as well too, but then that cough turns into like a weird sneeze, and then if you happen to sneeze and you're out and about and you don't have any tissue, yeah, it's gonna be looking bad. you know, Sham said, "Yep, I've seen them dragging women to force things to happen and beating the crap out of them, and they'll have 3 to 4 partners and beat the wife and accept the partner. And them Korean guys are crazy." Yeah. Tippy said, "I've seen those crazy K dramas. LOL, they get their ideas from real life events." Yep. Sonny said, "If Australia, then I'll slap you." Mo said a few years back on Tube U, he saw a Arab dude, quote unquote, take it from a lady sweeping a rug outside. Afterwards, she got up and finished sweeping the rug. That's crazy. That is wild. D Money said, this man D Money was like, low key, some of those K dramas are fire. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Mo said, what's a K drama? An Asian soap opera? Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. K dramas are basically Korean dramas, just like you got American dramas like what was it, Days of Our Lives and stuff like that, or all these. It's the same thing. Same thing. D Money said pretty much. Sham said, yep, I always carry tissues and cough in it or handkerchief. Yeah. Rabbit said, I have a friend who's depressed, mentally stunted due to weed and alcohol abuse in high school. He blows and wipes his nose with his clothes. I keep telling him to stop. Ooh, that's crazy. Wow. Yeah, you gotta. Man, I would never sit up there and borrow clothes from that person. Like, yeah, we're gonna just have to burn those. I'm gonna be real. We're gonna have to burn that stuff. It's like, yo, that is wild, brother. That is wild. Sonny said, LOL, yo, that's always been my biggest argument when explaining how black men are the most conservative people. And if you don't believe me, just ask FART and see what happens. Tibby said, I remember a case in Japan. I think a celebrity was an owner of a club and he was drugging women every night. Woo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Shem was like, you're right. It's ridiculous. I can't stand when people bring their sickness into public. Your child is sick, snotty nose. Yeah, I agree with you, Sham. It's highly irritating, especially when people know that they're highly sick, and we're in a day and age where you can have groceries delivered directly to you. And I'm just going to say it's always a certain demographic that I see going out to the market and deciding to touch every single product, be in people's faces, walking instead of walking through the empty aisle, they want to walk through the most congested, busy aisle and start coughing and sneezing. I'm like, get this lock them up. I'm like, lock this person. I'm like, you do not need to be out around the. I'm like, I'm like, God willing, give me strength. Because somebody is about to get smited directly in this aisle. Like, it is crazy out here. Like, I never understood that. I've seen completely empty aisles, and it's magically these people who are sick, they never go down those aisles. But when they see a whole bunch of people in an aisle, magically they want to go through. Oh, excuse me, let me touch the basket and move it to the side. Oh, let me touch you as I'm sitting up there going by and touch your shoulder. Let me get close to you and sit up there and say hello to you and excuse me. Let me get near you as you're sitting there trying to grab the tomatoes, and I'm going to grab an item that I'm looking at, but I'm really not going to buy, but I'm going to put it back there in the hopes that somebody else or you comes by and touch. Like, man, it's like I said, it's wild out here. It is wild. I'm having flashbacks right now. That's why I always keep antibacterial directly on me, because it's like, it's crazy. And then anytime I go into the market, like I got some wipes directly with me, where I find some so I can at least wipe off the hand part of the basket. Because I'm like, some of these people, man, the stuff that they be doing, it's crazy. It is crazy. Sham said yes, and they sneeze into their hand and touch the open vest. Oh, Sham, let me tell you something. I done sat up there and seen folks working at Whole Foods. I done seen these people sit up there and go to the hot bar in Whole Foods, and they sitting up there opening up the soup and sitting up there tasting it, touching on the ladle, touching on the lid. They sitting up there like touching food without the tongs. I'm like, arrest them all. Arrest them all, throw away the key, and then send them into space. Because I'm like, we don't got no time. We don't got no time. And I'm like, I'm not touching none of that stuff. I'm like, check please. I'm out of there. I am, I'm out of there. Let me tell you. Sham was like, LOL, that's just freaking nasty. Yeah, it is. That is horrible. Like I said, this is how a lot of stuff spread. And this is why I told people before, when they, during the pandemic, when they gave a specific warning and they were out there telling people like, Americans, we need you to start washing your hands. Yeah, they were talking to a certain demographic. They were talking to a certain demographic. They were not talking to Black Americans. Let's just make that very clear. And I said that before. They were not talking to Black Americans. When mainstream media has to tell and deliver a message, they're not trying to tell nothing to Black Americans. They're talking to their own people. Sham said, I don't want to get to a point where I have to order my groceries because people don't know how to pick fruit out properly. I mean, yeah, that's true. That is true. Tippy said, no matters, nasty people, and then they like to say that we're all the same. No, we're not. that's bars. That is bars. That is straight bars. Like, man, like I said, it's wild out here, man. But yeah, like I told people before, the other thing I want to also state to a lot of people as well too is that when it deals with a lot of stuff on social media, you got to get to a point where you grow like a thicker skin to deal with a lot of stuff directly out here, because you're going to have a lot of people that'll have a variety of opinions. And in a lot of instances, it's going to be stuff out there where you're going to feel like you're being targeted, even though that person don't know you and they're saying some stuff. So yeah, people got to you got to get thicker skin. Like, for a lot of the guys out here, you're going to run into content like this, and it's like, you just got to get used to it, and also you got to be able to separate some stuff, even though it gets difficult. It gets difficult when you start hearing it, one too many times. And it's not even just like you hearing it there, but you listening to people that or family or whatnot or whatever. And it seems like it's like, hey, you got to try to compartmentalize and put things in other places and whatnot. Because the moment of time you let that affect your energy, it's you're gonna be fighting a real uphill battle, and that's not where you want to be. You know. Let me see, what was it? Mo said, seen a guy giving out food samples at the mall, go to the restroom and not wash his hands, and then go back to passing out samples. Yep. Sham stated that she grows strawberries, blackberries, cherries, and apples. I like exotic fruits too, like mangoes, bananas, and oranges. Oh, you got like the whole shebang out there. You can sit up there and have you like a nice you can have like a sham fruit smoothie shop or something like that. You could easily do that. Like I said, you can be sitting up there making some money. You sitting on a gold mine, Sham, a straight gold mine. Sonny said, I caught a coughing Caucasian. That cost me. Well, I'm glad you are here. Like I said, I'm happy that y'all are healthy and here. I know Sham is getting over, some stuff at this moment in time. Sham is gonna be back to normal. You're gonna be back there, back to, going back to the pool and swimming and whatnot. It's just, it's just a little bit tough right now. Sham said, I still don't know how they thought that we were savages, because how they deal with being sick says it all. The money said, ooh. Tippy says, she said, did you wash? And he said, no, I let the water run on it. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Tippy, I have a worse. I gotta I gotta see if I can try to post that in the Discord. Wait, is that video upstairs or is it down? I'm not even sure if I even still got it. I might have put it on a hard drive, I think. Let me see if it's still here. I'm about to just look through these clips real quick. Because that video that I'm thinking of, if it is here, is crazy. No, it's 100% crazy. I'm like, who thought that this was a good idea to sit up there and do? I'm like, that just wasn't it. Trying to find a video. It's 3 women that were on a podcast. And I'm like, I don't know who is specifically dating those women, but good luck. It's a good luck directly on that one. Let me see. What was this from? This was from last month. Yeah, I might have. Yeah, I probably didn't sit up there and what's the name of it? Yep. Yeah, it's probably on the hard drive. Because I don't even think I put it on the video list up here. I can't even see it because I got to refresh the page. But basically, long story short, it was a video of some Europeans, women, that decided that they wanted to be on a stream, and they wanted to talk about. Oh, I do have it up here. Let me see. I might be able to put it up there. I'm just going to edit a part out there because things start getting like funny sometimes. What? I mean, the wording is what's going to kill it, though. But nah, I just put it in Discord. I just put it in Discord. But basically, wait, let me see if I can just move the screen just a little bit. Let me see. All right, that's perfect. So this is how crazy this is, right? So the women that you're going to see the picture directly of, they decided that it was in their best interest during a live stream to have a conversation about how their backsides basically smell. And they decided that during that stream that they were going to have basically a scratch and sniff to basically see if it was technically smelling quite fresh. And I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, who be dating y'all? I'm like, that is not, this is that no. I'm like, nah, brother. I'm like, that is not it. I'm like, that is wow. That's the best that I got. That is wow. That's exactly what that is. And the freeze screen that you see is basically them deciding to do that. The one at the bottom, she did it ahead of time. So that's why you don't see her doing anything. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to go to the Discord right now so I can sit up and drop that in there because obviously I am signed out. So I got to try to sign myself in directly off of the phone. Let's see this real quick. Hopefully I'll actually do it because it's supposed to, but voice is sign in with a passkey. Nope, that's not gonna work. I forgot what is my Discord. Let me tell you, it is much of a pain when you happen to get signed out of stuff. And then you got to go through all of these different what's the names just to get back in there. Let me see what is all right. All right, there we go. So yeah, let me just post this in the Discord real quick. Let me just go down here. Also, shout out to anybody who's in the Discord, even though it ain't nothing really happening in there right now. it's realistically only a few of us, directly in there at the moment. I think I should be able to post this. Let me see. Upload a file. Let me see. Go to downloads. Is that the actual? Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, so yeah, it's uploading. So yeah, if anybody's a part of Discord, you will see that directly in the general chat. That will be directly in the general chat. Hopefully, as long as you're not eating food, you'll be fine. As long as you are not eating food, you'll be completely fine. Wow, that's crazy. Mo was like, so this is what Tippy and Seji be watching together. That's crazy. Tippy said, "Play it again." I missed it. Go watch it. Y'all can go to the Discord and see it. So I posted it right there. Let me see. Ain't these the same chicks that said that they don't bathe? I've seen them on other talk shows at midnight. Yeah, it probably is. I think they're from like the U. Well, I know the one up top. I think she has like a UK accent. Like I said, it's weird. It's weird. Shem said, "I bet none of them washed their hands after that either." And now the mic and the table smell like booty fingers. Yo, it's crazy. Like I said, if you were to take a swab, it would come back with a lot of stuff. It would come back with a lot of stuff. Let me see. Shem was like, these are the people that colonize the world. Wait, what? Tippy said 3 men, 1 black, and 1 masculine. Oh, completely. When I read that, I read something different. I read something completely different because that sent me back to the days when people were talking about like the what's the name, the 1 cup thing, which I'm not trying to send people through like any type of like PTSD. You know, thinking about that whole episode there. That is crazy. That is diabolical. Let me see. Do I gotta I gotta have an emoji for this? Let me see. Do I got a wait a minute, do I got nitro? I think I have nitro. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I cannot find the proper emoji for this at this moment that I want to put directly under this video. Yeah, I'm just gonna put the don't cry. I'll just do that. Don't cry. I think that fits. Don was like, yo, I had to sit up there and stop watching stuff after that. I understand. I understand. D Money says sounds like a scene. Tippy was like, dang, says you making it worse. Tippy, you wrote it. Like, what am I supposed to say? Normally, y'all sit up there and crucify me when I sit up there and say something. I'm like, maybe I didn't think this out well when I said this. And then you sit up there and do it, and it's like, now I'm the bad guy. Come on, Tippy. That's crazy work. That is crazy work. That is wild. That is wild. What was that? Well, I'm a little bit confused. You know, the funny part is looking at Mo doing like a response. I'm like, the funniest thing is I did not see the original comment. Now it is time to investigate. Do burn. So let me go directly to the chat real quick. Yeah, that's wild. That's the oh, shout out to Mo for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Yeah, that's the funny thing. The original comment that you responded to, Mo, I don't actually see that one. I see everything else after though. That's wild. That's very, very interesting there. That is very, very interesting. Wonder why that is. So up here going back through the other side real quick. See if I can spot some. Maybe it might have showed up like two different areas. Nope, it did not. But also, I'm just also making sure. So yeah, we got Awakened, and then we got Dre as well too. So yeah, I did shout them out. All right, so we're good on that front as well too. Doing pretty solid. I want to say I think I stayed a little bit more because I understand that people are technically at work, so give y'all a little bit of something to listen to while still being at work. Classic live streams. What we at? Like, are we at 4 hours? Yeah, almost basically like 5 hours if you basically round that out. Basically 5 hours. Mo said, Steve said himself that he cares to that. Oh, okay, I got you. Don said, bro, you used to pop up on my phone all the time. I thought you were banned or something. Nah, it's the whole thing that YouTube doesn't, specifically give notifications. That's what tends to happen. But it also depending on what it was though. That's the thing that happens as well too. D Money was like, the Lord told me to hide that comment, Seiji. But that's the thing though. It didn't even, if you did hide that comment, it didn't even say it. Because usually it would sit up there and at least tell me that, because I actually went back to the channel to try to check. It did not tell me nothing. I just saw everything else after. So like I said, that's for me, that's a bit weird. It's a bit weird, but it'd be like that, I guess. Mo said Google held it for review and D Money did the Lord's work. Oh man. Timmy said Steve must be a Caucanite because black guys would never. Sham said, LOL, they be working, listening about those women with booty fingers. Make sure you have your headsets on. Oh, Sham must be listening to it on Discord. Yeah, that was just a whole crazy conversation. And it's like, how happy she was, the lady up top, how happy she was about having this conversation. I'm like, there's nothing to be ecstatic about. This is just not it. Like I don't even understand this. She was like, yeah, she was horseback riding. She rode like 3 horses today. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, first of all, you were on top of an animal that normally needs a bath. You should have automatically, after doing that horseback riding, you should have immediately got into the shower. Like there's no reason that you still got on the same clothes and you're just like sitting down doing like a whole live stream. That is wild. That is just straight. That's wild. That's wild. Like I said, you're out there animals. You need to just take a shower. Take a shower. It's a wild work. But yeah, pretty much that's it though. That is it. Shout out to all 20-some people that are currently here at this moment in time, and the multitude, the thousands upon the thousands of people that pulled directly up to the live stream as well too. Shout out to anybody who dropped any donations, any type of bits as well. Shout out to any of the members. Shout out to all of the patrons. Shout out to all of the moderators for doing the Lord's work. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the work that you do, both seen and unseen every single day. Shout out to the regulars, as D Money would say. That's been slipping my mind. That was one of the main things I've been forgetting about for the longest time possible. Shout out to all the regulars, for pulling up to the scene. Shout out to the trolls, the real MVPs out here. Bring your kids, your parents, the dead horse that you rode in on. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And also shout out to y'all getting banned every single day and still coming back. It'd be like that. Sham said, LOL, and horseback riding is a workout. You sweat too. Like she said, she was clean and then she wasn't at all. Yeah, it's crazy. D Money say, that woman is dank. That's bars. John said, thanks for all the work that you do, giving us good information. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And the same to you too. Said God bless. The same to you as well. God bless. God bless. Rabbit said, why are a lot of protagonists on Mike's Manwas? Well, that just threw me off right there. I'm like, were you talking about like some anime stuff right there? I think you are talking about animes. I wouldn't even be able to tell you. Like I said, stuff be happening everywhere. Mo said, not the underwear. They don't wear drawers. Gail said, peace and love. Tippy said, no hate to the men in chat. We had a funny, calm conversation. I love black men. And then D Money's classic response in the comment section. Y'all are hilarious. Let me tell y'all something. All of y'all hilarious. Let me tell you something. But like I said, that's what we normally do here. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation. Love you guys a lot. I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out. And yes, Tippy, I will check out the video that you posted in the Discord. I didn't forget. Peace out. This woman be pulling up I can't even end the stream. She does this every time. Timmy pulls up every single time talking about hater. Look at this woman. Every single time right before I'm about to end the stream. Yo, gaming stream. And then the one time that I pull up and do a gaming stream, you know what happens? Tippy is late. I did this directly on the gaming channel. Tippy was nowhere to be found. Let me tell you something. Late as all get out. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. But anyways, see you guys later.